अस्सलाम वालेकुम एवरीवन, क्या हाल चाल है? Okay, let me see what's going on here. Walaikum assalam. Walaikum assalam. Can we solve hard questions only? So I did that yesterday when I made the mock. Okay, so I would suggest you guys solve that mock or watch the recording of that mock. But today we are just going to, today, however, we're just going to do a run through of all the topics. Okay? Yeah, we'll take a namaz break at Maghrib. Okay, we'll take a namaz break at Maghrib and then we'll take a namaz break for Isha also. Okay? Okay, now. Acha, so let's start. Now, I'm sure you guys have attended other run-throughs also. So we're just going to go over every topic, okay? And then we'll solve some past paper questions related to that topic. Okay? So what I'll do is, acha, there are some questions that I have taken out. ठीक है, मैं काम करता हूँ. I'll just quickly share this PDF with you guys also. Just a second. I'll share this PDF with you guys as well. Just give me a minute. Yeah, this will be uploaded later. Has there ever been a stream that hasn't been uploaded later? I don't know why you guys still ask me that question. Just a minute, I'll share this PDF. सर मॉक में तो अच्छे आ गए लेकिन तसल्ली नहीं हो रही, क्या करूँ पढ़ना? बेटा होता ही है एग्ज़ाम से पहले. यू डू फील लाइक यू हैवंट डन इनफ, यू फील लाइक wanting to do more and more, but if you worked hard then you should give yourself credit for it. Okay, if you worked hard then give yourself credit for it, and take a it's good to take a break. P3 inshallah starting from tomorrow. Okay, P3 inshallah starts from tomorrow. अच्छा, मैं इस वीडियो की लिंक के इस वीडियो के डिस्क्रिप्शन में आई एम adding a link. Okay, that link contains all the past paper questions that we'll aim to solve today. Here we go. You guys can download it now. Okay, now let's start. Duration, this will, so as long as it takes. Okay, as long as it takes to do the entire run through, that's basically the idea. Okay, acha, let's start with measures of central tendency. In fact, before we do measures of central tendency, let's go over graphical representation of data. Okay, so hopefully you guys will get a question on this. The reason why I'm saying hopefully is because it's very easy. Okay, now, acha, moderator, can you just say yes, so I know that you are here? So should we start yearly now or do topic? बेटा अब जो है ना, अब कुछ करने का टाइम नहीं है. ठीक है, अब सिर्फ chill करने का टाइम. अच्छा, before I start, I would really appreciate if you guys like the stream if you haven't done that yet, and also subscribe to the channel if you haven't done that yet. I'd really appreciate that. And with that, let's start. So, will you go over seating questions and permutation combinations? Yeah, I have taken out some questions. The link is in description. Okay, the link is in description, but if you want a link to all my notes, you can download that from the website mathletebysart.com. Okay, so once again, before we start, I would appreciate if you guys like this video, if you haven't done that yet, and also subscribe to the channel if you haven't done that yet. The link you will find in the PDF. If you don't see it, just refresh it, you will see it then. ठीक हो गया? Okay, so what do we have under graphical representation of data? Under graphical representation of data, you have these four. Better just refresh the stream, okay? No, don't make a big deal out of it. Just refresh the stream, and you will see it then. Okay, is it there? Can anyone confirm if it's there? Can anyone confirm if the link is there? If you don't see it, just refresh the stream. Simple as that. So box and whisker plot, and stem and leaf diagram, histogram, Cumulative frequency curve. Okay, great. So let's start with box and whisker plot. Now, box and whisker plot is something that you do in IGCSE also. So there are 5 values that you mark on the box and whisker plot. Okay, what are those 5 values? Let's go over that one by one. So basically, you have the least value. Okay, so where's the least value? Here you can see this is the lowest value or the least value. You have the lower quartile, also known as Q1. Okay. Then you have the median, which is Q2. So basically the lower quartile, median, and upper quartile, they're basically represented by vertical lines. All right. So median is called Q2. And then the upper quartile, which is called Q3. Now, how do you calculate the lower quartile, median, and the upper quartile? We'll go over that also. Then there is the greatest value. Okay, so here's the greatest value, as you can see, and here's the lowest value. So these are altogether the 5 data points that you need in order to make a box and whisker plot. Okay. Now, what's the advantage of using a box and whisker plot? The advantage of using a box and whisker plot is that it's a useful way of summarizing the data and showing the median. Okay. And it also helps you understand the spread of the data. Okay, so it's also something that helps you identify or helps you find out what is the spread of the data. Okay, so that's another advantage of using a box and whisker. But what's a disadvantage? What's a con of using a box and whisker plot is that individual or all values cannot be seen from the box and whisker plot. Okay, so when you use when you make a box and whisker plot, you don't basically end up seeing the individual values, you end up losing that. Okay, now note, box and whisker makes it easy to see the spread of the data. The lesser the interquartile range, the more reliable and consistent the values are. So another very important note, that box and whisker makes it easy to see the spread of the data. The lesser the interquartile range, the more reliable and consistent the values are. Results, basically, if the interquartile range is less, that means the results are close to one another. Okay, the values are more consistent. That's what it means. We'll talk about skewness also. So this is basically the skewness of the data. This is something that you should just memorize. Stream is getting stuck. Really, is that the case? Can anyone confirm if that's the case? It is lagging? Okay, just a minute. I know what to do. Not for you? Okay. So if it's lagging for some, that means it's your problem. The problem is with your internet. Okay, so data can be any of the following. It can be symmetrical. So symmetrical data is where the difference between the upper quartile and the median is the same as the median and the lower quartile. Okay, so we call this symmetrical. Then you have positively skewed. So positively skewed data is basically when the difference between the upper quartile and the median is greater than the median and the lower quartile. Something that you should just memorize, basically. Okay. You don't really have questions from this, but it's just something to be on the safe side. I would suggest you memorize. Okay, this is called positively skewed. Why? Because the data is skewed towards the positive axis. Okay, so on the right side it's positive, so you can see that it's skewed towards the positive x-axis. Then you have negatively skewed. Now, what's a negatively skewed data? That is when the difference between the median and the lower quartile is greater than the difference between the upper quartile and the median. Okay? Now, there haven't been questions on this in a very long time, but it's just good to memorize this, just to be on the safe side. Okay? Okay. Now, before we do stem and leaf diagram, in fact, let's do stem and leaf diagram also, and then we'll do some past paper questions, which consist of both stem and leaf as well as his box and whisker. So you have 2 types of stem and leaf diagram. One is a single stem and leaf diagram where there's just one data set. Okay. And then there is back-to-back stem and leaf diagram. Okay, which basically use it for 2 data sets. Now, a single data set, like for example here, it says the masses of 20 soccer players were measured to the nearest kilogram, and this stem and leaf diagram was produced. All right. एंड देन अच्छा स्क्यूनेस देखो इतना इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है. अगर आपको शौक आ रहा है पढ़ने का आप उसको गूगल करके पढ़ सकते हैं, बट इतना अगर जो इंपॉर्टेंट है वो बस ये है. ठीक है ना. व्हाट एग्जैक्टली इज स्क्यूनेस? I'll summarize it. Skewness basically tells you which side the data is skewing towards. That's what it is. ठीक है. But no need to dive into the detail right now. But if you are interested, although now is not the time, but if you are interested, you can search for it yourself. I'm not going to go over it because it's not that important. Acha, what's that, sir? In some papers, the greatest interquartile range they've done with continuity correlation. In some papers, they've done with continuity correction. No, okay. Continuity correction, interquartile range? No, but I think you're mixing it up. Continuity correction is applied when you are converting it from binomial to normal. Okay. Okay, now, just a second. Just a second. Okay, now, let's get back to stem and leaf. So a back-to-back stem and leaf diagram is something that you will often notice in past paper questions, okay? A stem and leaf diagram is useful when the data is discrete. So let's go over the theoretical part of stem and leaf diagram, okay? Now, a stem and leaf diagram is useful when the data is discrete. Now, what's an advantage? It's useful to compare two sets of data. What's a disadvantage? Since we list out all the data, they're unsuitable for large data set, okay? So they're not suitable for... They are suitable for small data sets, but not suitable for large data sets. Gotcha. एक second. Okay. अब एक काम करते हैं. Let's do some past paper questions where we have to do both. Maybe make a box and whisker and also a stem and leaf. I've taken out some questions. Okay. अच्छा इत्तेफाक से मैंने box and whisker का नहीं निकाला, but चलो box and whisker का निकाल देंगे. Okay, now this is a question from October-November 2024, paper 5, variant 2. अच्छा बेटा, I'm gonna have to disable the chat, ठीक है, because what I'll do is once I'm done with one chapter, then I'll enable it. ठीक है, so I'm gonna disable the chat for a while, but as soon as I'm done with this, ठीक है, because फिर आप लोग काफ़ी relevant बातें कर रहे हो, topics मैं सारे कराऊंगा, ठीक है, but obviously I can't change the order. I'm gonna go in the order that I've already decided. ठीक है, so yeah, I'll enable the chat once I'm done with this. So, अच्छा एक second. Team of 15 runners took part in a charity run last Sunday. The times taken in minutes to complete the course by the runners from the Falcons and the runners from the Kites are shown in the table. Okay. Draw a back-to-back stem and leaf diagram to represent this information with the Falcons on the left-hand side. Okay, so make sure to read the question carefully. If the question has asked you to do it a certain way, make sure that you do it that way only. Okay. Now, a back-to-back stem and leaf diagram, what does that look like? This is what a back-to-back stem and leaf diagram looks like. Okay, so we'll have to keep Falcons on the left-hand side, and who are the others? Kites. We'll have to keep Kites on the right-hand side. So make two lines. In this is basically the stem, and on the left and the right-hand side, we will have the leaf. Okay, so this is for the Falcons, who are supposed to be on the left-hand side, and then the Kites are supposed to be on the right-hand side. Acha, ab let's understand the data that we have. The data that we have are basically two-digit numbers. Okay, so that means what we can do is, as far as the stem is concerned, the stem can be taken as the tens digit. Okay, so once again, go back to the stem and leaf diagram. You can see that the stem is basically taken as, so like for example here, there's also a key that you have to give with the stem and leaf diagram. So we'll do that also. So for example, these are times, these are two-digit values. So stem 3 and leaf 7 means that the value is actually 37. Okay? So here we can see that the smallest tens digit that we have is 3, and then after that we have 4, and then after that we have 5, and then 6, and then 7. So just be careful, see if the data is already arranged in ascending order or not, but as far as I can tell, I think the data is in fact already arranged in ascending order. 38, 39, yeah, just be a little careful. Exam mein ho sakta hai aapke saath koi game kar le, just like the question that we were solving yesterday. So I think we're good. All right, so when we're writing down the leaves, so the leaves will basically be the units digit. So that means we'll have 8, we'll have 9, so that's 38 and 39. Let's do the same for kites, so that's 32. Yeah, in fact, let's just finish for one and then we'll do it for the other. So for falcons, we have 42, 44, 46, 48. So that means 2, 4, 6, 8. And all the values that we're dealing with, we're just going to put a small cross through them so we know that we've dealt with them. Then we have 50, 51, 52, 56, 58, 59. So that means 0, 1, 2, 6, 8, 9. Then we have 64, 69, and then we have 76. ठीक हो गया? Okay, so we've dealt with all the values. A good idea to be on the safe side is to count and make sure that you've dealt with all the values. So these are 15 values. Let's count. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yep, so we've dealt with all the values. Now let's do the same for kite. So we've already written 32. Then we have 40 that occurs twice. Then we have 45. Let's write that again. 45. Then we have 47. Then we have 48. Okay, so let's cross them out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, that's correct. So 52, 54, 58, 59, 59. Okay, so let's cross this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we have 60, 61, 63, 65. So just put a cross through them. Okay, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so we've written all the values. Now, a very important thing that we should write is the key. Okay, now how do we write the key? Have a look here. So this is how we will, so there are multiple ways of actually writing down the key. ठीक है, यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं, this is one way of writing the key. Okay, this is the way that's done in past papers, so we're going to use this only. So here it is, key. Pick any value from the data set that you like. So I'm going to pick this. So 8. And then the stem in between, and then 2. Okay, so what does this mean? This means 38 for falcons, all right, and 32 for kites. ठीक हो गया? Okay. Now, median and the interquartile range time for the falcons. Okay, so interquartile range, very important. How do we find out the interquartile range? Let's see. Now remember that how many values do we have? We have a total of 15 values. Okay? And we're only concerned, right now we're only concerned with falcons. Okay? Falcons का हमें क्या निकालना है? Falcons का हमें mean निकालना है, and we have to find out the interquartile range. Median and the interquartile range. Now as far as the median is concerned, we know that these values are already arranged in ascending order, so we don't have to do anything for that. What we do have to do is we have to apply the median formula, which is basically n plus 1 upon the 2th term. Now what's n plus 1 upon the 2th term equal to? Let's see. So how many total terms do we have? We have 15. So that means we'll do 15 plus 1 upon 2. So what's that equal to? That's equal to the 8th term. So the 8th term, let's see what's that equal to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So what's the 8th term? The 8th term is 51. So that means the median is equal to 51. Okay, so make sure that you write this down, that this is the median or Q2. Now, before I find out the interquartile range, I will have to first find out the upper quartile. So the upper quartile is equal to, remember the upper quartile is median of the second half. Okay, so it's median of the second half of the data. Okay, please don't use that formula 3n plus 1 upon 4 or 1 upon 4 into n plus 1. I don't recommend that formula. Use this. So basically what your median does is that it divides the data into half. Okay, since we have an odd number of values, that means we will take the median as the midpoint, and then the terms that we have on the right hand side is the second half. The terms that we have on the left hand side is the first half. Okay, so this right here is the second half. ठीक हो गया? This is the second half, and this is basically the first half. Okay, so median is, upper quartile is median of the second half. Now, how many terms do we have in the second half? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So what's the median going to be? You can pretty much eyeball it if you want. Okay, if you're a little smart, you can eyeball it. But if you're feeling nervous, then no need to take risks. So 7 plus 1 is 8. 8 upon 2 is the fourth term. So fourth term counting from the second half. So what's that equal to? That's equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. So that means the upper quartile is equal to what? The upper quartile is equals to 59. Then the same way, let's find out the lower quartile. So lower quartile will also be median, except that it will be the median of the first half. Okay, so no need to do the same working again because you know that you have the same number of values. So we want the fourth term, but the fourth term of the first half. So what's that equal to? That's equal to 44. Okay, so we wanted interquartile range. What's the interquartile range equal to? It's equal to 59 minus 44, which is equal to, let's use a calculator for that. 59 minus 44, that's equal to 15. Okay. Now just to be on the safe side, let's check all the answers, make sure that we've done everything correctly. Then I'll open up the chat for exactly 2 minutes to see whether you guys are awake or whether you've fallen asleep. Yep, everything's good. 51, 15. Okay. Achha, please don't tell me to jump to a certain topic. I'm going to only follow the sequence that I've decided. So yeah, let me know whether you guys are awake or if you've fallen asleep. And there are like double the number of people watching compared to the ones who've liked the stream. Achha, what to do when there is an even set of values? Okay, that's a good question. What to do when there is an even set of values? Achha, yesterday I did explain this, but apparently I made a small error when I was explaining it yesterday. Okay, so I will go over it right now. Okay, what to do when there are an even set of values? Okay, so वो मैं अभी बताता हूँ आप लोगों को. Okay, if let's say you have an even set of values, measures of central tendency. मैं अभी बता दूँगा. Okay, we will come across that, so I will explain that. I have made a mental note of that. Okay. Sir, full worksheet? Yes, inshallah, full worksheet कराएंगे. If the data is even, okay, so if the data is even, I'll briefly explain to it right now. If the data is even, it's actually very easy. You divide the data into two. So if let's say you have a total of 20 values. So the first 10 values become the first half, the second 10 values become the second half. Okay, so when you're finding out the median, you'll find out the median of the first half of the data, meaning median of the first 10 values. And that's your lower quartile. And if you're finding out the upper quartile would be median of the second half of the data, which is basically the next 10 values. Okay? That's the formula that I prefer. I don't prefer that 3 upon 4. I don't use that method. If that's the formula that you've learned and you know very well how to use it, then stick to it. Simple as that. Okay? Achha, now let's. Okay. All right. So now let me find an example of a box and whisker plot also. ठीक है, एक box and whisker plot का मैं करा देता हूँ आप लोगों को. ठीक है, I'll just make you guys redo this example. Okay, now, once again, what do we have? We have a back-to-back stem and leaf diagram. And we have 19 cylindrical pipes. Find the median and the interquartile range of the pipes produced by company A. Achha, so here's the thing. The median will be equal to... Okay, the median, as you can see, is equal to 19 plus 1 upon 2, so that's the 10th term. Now, where's the 10th term? You will count from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is the 10th term. That means all the values before the median is your first half. All the values after the median, sorry, these are the values before the median. This is your first half. The values after the median is your second half. Now, if you want the lower quartile is, like I mentioned, the median, but the median of the first half. The upper quartile is also the median, but it's the median of the second half. And then using that, you will find out the interquartile range of the pipes. Okay. Now, what you're supposed to do, it is given that for the pipes produced by company B, the lower quartile, median, and upper quartile are so and so. Draw a box and whisker plot for companies A and B on the grid below. Now, probably the examiner was feeling sorry for you. So the examiner was probably like, okay, I shouldn't make the student go through the pain of finding out the lower quartile, median, and upper quartile. So they gave you that, okay? And now they're asking you to draw a box and whisker plot for both the companies, for company A and company B. Okay. Achha, also make sure to understand the key very well. The stem that you see is basically 0 point and then the 2 digits. Okay, so this is basically 0.33, the first two decimal places. The leaves are basically representing the third decimal place. Okay, so keep that in mind. Okay, now how will we make the box and whisker plot? Starting with B, you can start with any one that you want. Honestly, it does not make a difference. Make sure that you're using a dark enough pencil so that it's easily readable. Okay, now for company B, we'll take the lowest value, which is 0.331. Now, the first thing you need to do is you need to come up with an appropriate scale. So that might require a bit of trial and error, but just make sure that the scale is wide enough to cover more than or at least 70% of the entire of the grid that you're given. So we take 0.33 since the smallest value is 0.331 and the greatest value is 0.338. So here it goes till 0.39. And because there are 10 boxes in between 0.33 and 0.34, so that means every small box is equal to 0.001. Okay. Now for company B, the smallest value that we have is 0.331. So you can see we've marked that. We've marked the lower quartile, which is given as 0.346. So you can see this is marked at 0.346. Okay. And then 0.352 is the median. So you can see 0.352 is the median and 0.370 is the upper quartile. So you can see, and then the greatest value is 0.388 as mentioned earlier. And then we do the exact same thing for box or for company A. And just make sure that once you've made vertical lines for your lower quartile, median, and upper quartile, you make a rectangle around it because that's how you make a box and whisker plot. You do the same for A. Okay, now there's a theoretical part. Make one comparison between the diameters of the pipes produced by companies A and B. So I've done more than one, okay? But you only have to write one. Reason why I've done more than one is so that you know what are all the legitimate answers. Box B is more positively skewed than A. So as you can see, box B looks like this. It's more positively skewed compared to A. Okay. Why? Because here you can see that what is basically positively skewed? Positively skewed is when the difference between Q3 minus Q2 is greater than the difference between Q2 minus Q1. Okay, so that's basically what skewness is. So this is also positively skewed because it's more on the right-hand side. There is more spread on the right-hand side compared to the left-hand side. So they are both positively skewed. The difference is that box B is more positively skewed than A. Box B has more extreme values, so that is also a legit comparison. You can see that box B has a lesser smallest value compared to A and a greatest value compared to B. So this cross here is kind of confusing, so I'll just get rid of it. Okay. Okay, and instead I'll put this cross here. And then another comparison is that A is more consistent than B, and the reason why we're making that comparison is because it has a lesser interquartile range. So if you find out this difference, you can see this is lesser compared to this. Okay, so you can see the width of the upper quartile and the lower quartile. Since this is lesser, that means the values are close to one another. Okay, interquartile range basically determines the spread of the data. The lesser it is, the more close the values happen to be. Okay, so that's all there is as far as box and whisker plot is concerned. So okay, now I'll enable the chat for a few seconds. Let's see what you guys have to say. How long will the stream be? The stream will probably go on till 10:30 max. Achha, sir, at the end, can you also explain significant figures? Okay, I'll do that. Sir, what do you mean A is more consistent than B? Okay, so if, देखो, अगर interquartile range कम है, so that means data का spread कम है. Okay, so if the data has lesser spread, that means it's more consistent. Okay, so the greater the interquartile range, the lesser, the more inconsistent the values are. The smaller the interquartile range, the more consistent the values are. So what if the median is 7.5? Ibrahim Beta, did you just land into A levels directly? Did you not do this in O levels? If the median is 7.5, you take the average of the 7th and the 8th term. That's what you do. Sir, even data में तो average भी आएगा, right? What do you mean by that? Even data में average आएगा. अच्छा, what else? How long should we make the vertical height? It's really up to you. Okay. There's no specific method. What will be, okay, I've answered that question. Crocodile permutation, I've already run that in the permutation stream. Yeah, I'll teach cumulative frequency also, don't worry about that. Can we say the range of values? Yeah, you can comment on the range also, that's perfectly all right. Will you revise cumulative? Yeah, I'll do cumulative frequency. We have to draw, please draw using a pencil. M1 when? Now from December. Is the stream till 9:30? It's 10:30. 10:30 Pakistan time. Okay, that's like the maximum time. So why don't you suggest, the reason why I don't suggest 3n plus 1 upon 4 or 1 upon 4, that's because you get stuck with decimals. Sometimes you have 0.25, sometimes 0.75, so that's why it gets complicated. So y upper quartile is 0.366. Better work it out. Okay, work it out the same way that I explained, that's what you will get. Yeah, I'll do PNC towards the end most likely, yeah. So F1 final boost video hogi. Yeah, bilkul hogi. I've already, I haven't made it, but yeah. No, please don't use pen for box and whisker. Please don't use pen for box and whisker, use pencil. Okay, हाँ ice cream बिल्कुल वो ice cream वाला पीछे जा रहा है. Sir, will this worksheet allow me to test on? Okay, there is no such guarantee that this worksheet is all that you need or this worksheet is the only thing that you need. There is no such guarantee. Okay, this is just something I've put together to cover all the important concepts and that's it. ठीक है? अब बाकी आपने पूरे साल क्या किया है मुझे क्या पता. चलें. So now let's put you guys on mute and let me resume. Okay, next is histogram. Now histogram, we don't really have anything new in histogram because this is something that we do in O-levels also. Just remember that on the y-axis you take frequency density, which is basically frequency upon class width. Okay, what is class width? Class width is basically the difference between the intervals. Okay, sometimes yes, the data is continuous. Sometimes the data has gaps in between. What do we do when there are gaps in between? We'll go over that also. Don't worry. Let's do a few examples. Let's go over a few examples of histogram. So here, as you can see, the times taken t seconds by 1140 people to solve a puzzle are summarized in the table. So you're given the time, you're given the number of people, and the question says, on the grid below, draw a histogram to represent this information, to illustrate this information. Okay, now as far as the grid is concerned, if I remove everything that I've done, so you will notice that there is no scale given, there is no XY axis drawn, so you have to do that yourself. And how do you do that? You do that by looking at the data. So as you can see, the data here starts from 0 and ends at 140. So make sure that your scale is wide enough to at least use 70% of the grid and also big enough to accommodate the greatest value. And then same goes for the frequency. The greatest frequency is 320, the smallest one is 100. So make sure that you divide it in a way so that it's easy for you to take values that are in between. Okay. So for example, here, if you look at, just a second. Yeah. So if you look at the, frequency keh raha hu. So first we'll have to calculate the frequency density and then we'll decide what the scale is going to be on the y-axis. Okay. So my apologies. Since we're making a histogram, so histogram means that it's going to be frequency upon class width. So what's the frequency here? The frequency is 20. Now what's the class width? Class width is basically the difference between the two values. So 320 upon 20, that's equal to 16. What will be the frequency density here? 280 is the frequency divided by the class width. So 280 upon 20, that's equal to 14. Frequency 220 divided by 20, that's the class width. Oh, that's the frequency density. So once you have all the frequency densities, then pick an appropriate scale. So you can see the greatest value is 16. The smallest value that I see is 2.5. So if you look at, you might have to do some trial and error. Don't think that there's a formula for it. There's a trick for it. It does require a bit of trial and error, and be open to that. So the scale that we have chosen is 1 centimeter equals to 2 units. You don't have to write that down. Okay, just make sure that it's clearly visible from the grid. And here 1 centimeter is equals to 10 units. Okay, that's a decent scale. We won't have to deal with any decimals. We won't have to basically make lines somewhere in between two small boxes. Okay, so that's a pretty decent scale. Okay, then it says calculate an estimate of the mean. Okay, now we haven't done that yet, but just to go over it, that in scenarios like these, what you can do is you will have to basically find out the midpoint. Okay, you will have to find out the midpoint of every class interval and then you will multiply it by the frequency. Once again, very similar to what we do in O-levels. Find out the midpoint of every class interval, multiply it by the frequency, divide by the total frequency, that is what your mean is going to be. Okay, now what if, let's have a look here. What if, so first let's go over the theory part. Let's go over the theory part and then we will, I've covered the theory here only. Okay, so here, if you look at the values, you will see that the values are not continuous. Okay, there's a gap in between. So for example, let's see what this question says. At a summer camp, an arithmetic test is taken by 250 children. The times taken to the nearest minute to complete the tests were recorded. The results are summarized below. So here you have the number of children who have taken between 1 to 30 minutes and inclusive, and the frequency for that is 31. And then if you look at the next class interval, you will notice that you have a gap in between. Now how to deal with these scenarios? The way that we deal with these scenarios is simple. So we look at where the first interval ends and where the second interval starts. Now we have to make them both equal. So we find out the difference. What's the difference between 30 and 31? The difference is 0.5. Now we add 0.5 to the upper class boundary and we subtract 0.5 from the lower class boundary of the next interval. Okay, so if I increase this by 0.5 and if I decrease this by 0.5, notice what happens. They're both equal. Okay, and then same goes here. The difference is 1. So we divide 1 by 2. We increase this by 0.5. We decrease this by 0.5. Now they're both equal. Here also, same story. Here also, same story. Okay, now what do we do with the first value and the ending value? So notice that throughout this, we have added and subtracted 0.5. So whatever it is that we have done throughout, we do the exact same thing. Okay, so, and if let's say in some cases there's a difference, like for example, in some places you've added 1, in some places you've subtracted 1, तो इसमें हम क्या करते हैं? तो जो भी इसके फौरन बाद वाले interval में हमने किया होता है ना, like for example, here we added 0.5 and here we subtracted 0.5. So here what we're going to do is we're going to subtract 0.5. Okay, so whatever it is that you've done to the value right in the very next interval to the lower class boundary, you do the exact same thing to 1. So here, for example, to 31, I subtracted 0.5. So that means in 1 also, I will subtract 0.5. Similarly, what did I do to 75 here? I added 0.5. So that means I will do the exact same thing to 100. I will add 0.5 and there you go. Now, once it's continuous, you can go ahead and make the histogram. Remember to find out the frequency density first by taking frequency upon class width. Put it all together and you'll have a histogram. Now, if there's anything that you didn't understand, I would strongly recommend that you please rewind the stream and watch it again so that we can save time and we can do as many concepts as possible. Okay? State which, okay, we'll go over mean, median, mode in a minute. Now, here's a theoretical question. Given that an estimate of the mean time is 61.05, state what feature of the distribution accounts for the median and the mean being different. It's not symmetrical. Why? Because if the data is symmetrical, remember, if the data is symmetrical, then your mean is equals to the median is equals to mode. Okay, and if they're not equal, that means the data is not symmetrical. Okay, so just a bit of theory that can be tested. So just keep that in mind. Okay. Okay. Now, let me see if I've taken some histogram questions to solve here. I think I have. Yeah. This is cumulative frequency. Cumulative frequency. No histogram questions. Cumulative frequency. Okay, so what I'll do is the histogram questions that I've discussed, I'll attach those in this PDF so that you guys can review it. Just a second. Okay, now let's talk about cumulative frequency and then we'll talk about mean, median, mode, and then we'll do some questions from the PDF that I have compiled. Okay, so a cumulative frequency graph is used with data that has been organized into a grouped frequency table. The cumulative frequency graph can be used to find estimates of percentiles and quartiles. So this is theory that you must know because you may get a question, when or why should we make a cumulative frequency graph? Okay, so this is basically the answer to it. As the data is grouped, it's not possible to find actual values of these statistics. So you can think of this as a disadvantage because it's grouped, then it's not possible to find out the actual value. Okay, so we will only be finding out the estimate, not the actual value. Okay, Now, also remember that if you're supposed to take a reading of something that's less than, we take the corresponding value on the vertical axis. If suppose you're asked to find out something that's more than, like for example, more than 20, more than 50, then what you do is you do total minus the corresponding value on the vertical axis. This is something that we do in O-levels also, but if this is not clear, once we solve a question, you will understand how things work. Okay, so here, for example, we have a cumulative frequency curve. Let's see what it is that we're supposed to do. Use the graph to estimate the number of plants with height less than 100 centimeter. So what do we do in that case? We find out the corresponding value of 100. Now, because we're supposed to find out less than, we're supposed to find out the number of plants with height less than, then whatever it is that's the corresponding value, that's going to be your answer. If let's say the question was more than, okay, then in that case, what we would do is, if the question was more than, we would look at the total, which is 160, and then we would do 160 minus 60, which is equal to 100. Okay, if the question was more than. Use the graph to find out the 65th percentile of the distribution. So what we do is we find out 65% of the total frequency, which is 104, and then we look for its corresponding value. So what's 65% of the total frequency? 104. So 104, wherever that is, I don't think I've marked it here, but anyway, here it is, yeah, 104. And then we look for the corresponding value of 104. What's that equal to? That's equal to, well, whatever it is equal to, that's the answer. Use the graph to estimate the interquartile range of the heights of these plants. Now, how do you find out interquartile range? So remember, whenever you have group data, you don't add one. Okay, you only add one whenever you have discrete values. So upper quartile is equals to 75% of the total frequency, which is equal to 120. We find out the corresponding value of 120, which is equal to 150. So 75% of the total frequency, 120, corresponding value of 120, that's the upper quartile. The same way you do the lower quartile, except that the lower quartile is 25%. Remember, no need to add one when the data is grouped. So 25% of total frequency, which is 40, we find out the corresponding value. What's that equal to? That's equal to 76. So 40, corresponding value 76. Then the difference is basically the interquartile range. Remember, whenever you have the graph already drawn, there is little to no margin of error. Okay, there's absolutely no margin of error. The margin of error exists whenever you make the graph yourself. Okay, acha, let's solve a question from this PDF that I've compiled. Yeah, here, let's solve this question. So draw a cumulative frequency graph to illustrate the data. This, by the way, is from October-November 2024, paper 5, variant 3. Okay, now, reason why I've chosen this question is because there are multiple steps that we have to do before we can draw a cumulative frequency graph. And we also have to find out estimates for the mean and standard deviation of the heights. Okay, now, you can actually find out the mean and standard deviation using your calculator, which is something that I just learned. I mean, I knew it, but it's something that I just practiced. So I will teach it to you guys. And if your calculator has it, that's great. If it doesn't, there's nothing you can do about it. But it's something you should learn so that in the exam you can check your answer. Okay, remember, the whole purpose is so that you can check your answer. There's no other purpose. Okay, now, the first thing that we have to do, we can't just straight away start making a cumulative frequency graph because the data is not continuous. So we have to first convert it into continuous. Okay, so how do we do that? Here is what we can do. अच्छा, इन्होंने जगह भी काफ़ी कंजूसी से दी हुई है वैसे, but चलें कोई बात नहीं. So be it. Let's utilize this space. ठीक हो गया. Okay, now, since we're making a cumulative frequency graph, that means we're only supposed to find out the upper class boundary. Okay, we don't need to find out the lower class boundary. We're only supposed to find out the upper class boundary. So what are we going to do? What's the difference between where the first interval ends and the next interval starts? The difference is 1. So that means we will subtract 1 from, we will basically take 1, we'll divide it by 2, we'll add 0.5 to 19. So this becomes 19.5 and this also becomes 19.5. So here's how that works. Now be efficient with the space utilization. Remember, there is no need to write down this lower class boundary. There's no need to write this down. Achha, wait a minute. Are we supposed to find out the mean? Okay, since we are supposed to find out the mean, let's actually write that down. Okay, let's actually write it down. So here's what we're going to do. this will become 9.5 and this will become 19.5. Okay. And then the difference between 29 and actually no, let's first do it with this. So this will become 19.5. Okay, and then the difference between 29 and 30 is 1. So we subtract, we take 1 and we divide by 2. So this will become 29.5 and this will also become 29.5. So you can see the data is gradually becoming continuous. Once again, the difference is 1. So we take 1, divide by 2. So this becomes 39.5. And then this becomes 39.5 as well. And I think that's how the whole thing continues. So then we have 44.5 and then once again we have 44.5 to 49.5 and then once again we have 49.5 and 54.5. Okay, and then finally, okay, so we're about to run out of space. We have 54.5 and 59.5. ठीक हो गया? Okay. Now this is the height made continuous and here we will write down the frequency. अच्छा, अब let's be a little smart. Let's actually write down the cumulative frequency. Okay, let's actually write down the cumulative frequency. Okay, and remember the cumulative frequency only corresponds to the upper class boundary. Okay, because हमारे पास ज़्यादा जगह नहीं है, frequency तो ऊपर already लिखी हुई है. So here what I'm going to do is I will instead write down the cumulative frequency. Okay, so this is 10. And make sure that you label here that this is cumulative frequency. And then 10 plus 18, what's that? That's 28. 28 plus 32, what's that? That's 30 and 30, which is 60. 60 plus 42, what's that? That's 102. 102 plus 28, let's see, what's that? 102 plus 28, that's 130. 130 plus 14, that's equal to 144. 144 plus 6, that's equal to 150. Make sure that you check as you go along. The total is 150. Yep, we're on the right track. Okay, now comes the difficult part. The difficult part, and that is choosing the scale. So on the y-axis, we got to have 150, okay, at least 150. On the x-axis, we got to have at least 59.5, okay. So there's nothing on the negative side. So when you're drawing your x and y-axis, just make sure that you draw the x-axis on the rightmost side. The y-axis on the rightmost side and on the x-axis at the very bottom. Okay, now, so here we will have the height, okay, and here we will have the cumulative frequency. Okay, let's pick an appropriate scale. So if I take 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, I think that works. Yeah, that works. Except the problem is that we will have to deal with decimals, but there's nothing we can do about it. If I take 10.5, 20.5, now that'll make things complicated. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 0.5, 19.5. Let's keep it simple. Let's take it 10 only. So this is 10. Okay. This is 20. This is 30. This is 40. This is 50. This is 60. Although I'm thinking that if you take this as 10.5, 20.5, 30.5, 40.5, 50.5, 60.5, it should make life easy, but that will make the scale a kind of an odd, it'll make a weird scale. Okay. So let's go ahead with this. There's no problem with this. Okay. Now, what about the cumulative frequency? We have to make it at least 150. So if it's 150, I can't do this 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Nope, definitely going to run out. Instead, let's do 20 then. Let's see if that works first. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 110, 120. No, wait. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140, 160. Yeah, that works. That works. Okay. So 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140. And even if you, let's say, mark this at 150, that's good enough because you don't have to go till 160 anyway. Okay? Now, let's start marking the points. So the smallest value that we have is 0. Okay, so at 10 it's 0. Now whether you join it or not, it really does not make a difference. Okay, whether you join it or not, like for example, you can see that there is nothing less than 10. Okay, so there is nothing less than 10, or there is nothing less than 9.5 actually. This would be 9.5, right? So there is nothing less than 9.5, so that means at 9.5, which by the way will be exactly in between 9 and 10, so that will be 0, but this point will really not make a difference. Okay, this point will really not make a difference. Why? Because majority of the calculations will happen on this side of the curve, not on this side of the curve. Okay, but you can mark it if you want, it makes no difference. Okay, then you have 29.5, the corresponding value of which is equals to 28. So first question is, where will I find 29.5? Exactly between 29 and 30. And what's the corresponding value? The corresponding value is 28. So 28, where will I find 28? So 28 will be right here. Okay, then 39.5, corresponding value of which is 60. So 39.5, corresponding value of which is 60. So that means that is going to be some exactly here. Okay, then finally, no, not finally, 44.5, corresponding value of which is 102. So 44.5 will just be in between 44 and 45. The corresponding y value of which is 102. Okay, so 44.5 and 102 is going to be somewhere over here. Let me just double check. Yeah, we're good. Okay, then 49.5 and 130. So 49.5 will just be half a box below 50, and 130 will be in between 120 and 140. And then 54.5 and 144. So 54.5 will be half a box below 55. Okay, and 144 will be 2 boxes above 140. And then finally 59.5 and 150. There you go. Okay, so a good idea would be to first hover your pencil through all the points before you make the actual graph. Okay, so do that multiple times. Once you have gotten a good grip on the shape of the curve, then you can go ahead and join it. Okay, Acha, I'm going to do it very roughly because the idea here is not to teach you how to draw cumulative frequency. Acha, also, a couple of things to keep in mind is that if the question does not necessarily say curve, then you can actually join it with the help of straight lines also. Here the question says cumulative frequency graph. It doesn't specify. This is something that I figured out recently. Okay, so if the question doesn't specifically say curve, you can actually join it with the help of straight lines also. Okay, and this is something that I've confirmed with CI examiners also. Okay, if the question does not categorically say curve, you can join it with the help of straight lines as well. Let me see if I can find some एक second. Let me see if I can find some evidence to support that. But anyway, here's the deal. Cumulative frequency graph to illustrate the data. There you go. We've made the graph. That's it. Job done. Okay, now use your graph to estimate 30th percentile of the heights of the sunflower plants. Okay, 30th percentile of the heights of the sunflower plants. So very simple, 30% of the total frequency, 30% of the total frequency, which is equal to what? Which is equal to 150. And then you can work this out, which is equal to 45. And then you will find out the corresponding y value of 45, whatever that is equal to. Okay? So because I've drawn the graph very roughly, so I'll probably not get the correct answer. Achha, here's the thing. Calculate the estimates for the mean and the standard deviation of the heights of the 150 sunflower plants. Okay? Achha, first let's revisit measures of central tendency. Let's learn about mean, median, and mode, and then we'll come back to this. Okay? In the meantime, I'll enable the chat in case you guys have any relevant questions. Please keep the questions relevant and related to what we have just done. Okay? मुझसे किसी और टॉपिक का भी सवाल ना पूछिएगा. I'll give you guys time for that. Sir, if classes are unbridged and they're asking to find lowest or highest possible interquartile range, for example, should I? No, first make them continuous and then do it. There's a mistake. Where's the mistake? Please tell me. 19.5 and 10 क्यों नहीं plot किया, sir? 19.5 and 10. Did I not do that? Okay, I probably missed that. Okay, I probably missed that part. Thank you for identifying. 19.5 and 10. हाँ आप सही कह रहे हैं 19.5 और 10 मैंने मिस कर दिया. Here it is. There you go. Okay, sir, they used unbridged values. But I'm sure they do allow, because even if you do convert them, the answer remains the same. 59.5 was also not marked. No, 59.5 was marked. 59.5 and 150. Yep, that is marked. Achha, wait, that's marked incorrectly. Yeah, you're right. That's marked incorrectly. So 59.5 will be somewhere over here. Like I said, graph मैंने बहुत roughly बनाया. The idea was not teach you how to make the graph. The idea was teach you how to just make the whole thing continuous. Okay. You only use n plus 1 when the data is discrete. Okay. You only use n plus 1 when the data is discrete. So why did you make the other table? Can you teach part B again, please? What's part B? Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. So the reason why I made the other table is to make it continuous. You can see that it's not continuous, so that's the reason why I made it, why I made another table. 19.5, अब मैंने mark कर दिया बेटा 19.5. Thank you for pointing that out, but I've marked that. So how do you know 9.5 per 0 है? Because there's nothing before 9.5. You can see that the data starts from 9.5, so what's the frequency before 9.5 is 0. Because you have a total of 150 people, and these 150 people are taking all the times that are falling in the intervals above. So that means what is the corresponding y value of 9.5? It's 0. Okay. So you can please explain. But when we get to binomial and geometric distribution, I'll explain that. Okay. So don't worry about that. Yeah, I will take breaks. I think, is it Maghrib time? 7:06. 7:06 means that it is almost Maghrib time. So let's take a namaz break. Let me just check. So ungrouped data mein interquartile. Ajit beta, you joined late. I've already explained that. Okay, and we will go over this again when we're doing measures of central tendency. This doesn't allow straight lines. यार मैंने 100% confirm किया है कि if the question doesn't say curve, you're right, this one doesn't allow straight line. But I did confirm this with the examiner. ठीक है, फिर scratch that. Just make a curve. Okay, don't make straight lines. Just make a curve, because कुछ चीज़ों में inconsistency, and I think examiner ने भी बस डालने के लिए बोल दिया होगा. So I repeat, whenever you're asked to make cumulative frequency graph, just make a curve. Don't make straight lines, because I did confirm with the examiner. He said you can draw a straight line if the question is silent, but marking scheme says something else. So just don't use straight lines. Just make a curve. Simple as that. Okay, we've already gone over the advantages and disadvantages of cumulative frequency graph. I think you joined late, so please watch that part of the stream. Should the scale, yes, the scale should cover at least 70%. Okay, the scale should cover at least 70 to 75%. Would it be fine if we do not connect the graph? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. Can we extend our graph to? Can we extend our graph? Okay, no need to, wait, what's that? Can you extend the graph to the end of our values before? It's not necessary, but if you do it, that's perfectly all right. अच्छा अब एक काम करते हैं, let's take a namaz break, and then after we come back, we'll go over measures of central tendency, and then we'll do some questions also, and then I have some really cool calculator trick for you guys, where I will show you how you can actually find out mean, median, mode of, and also standard deviation and variance of data sets like these. For data sets like these, you can actually find out the mean, median, mode, and also the standard deviation and variance for data sets like these. Okay, if you're already aware, that's great. If not, then we will learn, inshallah, after the namaz. Any topic which you won't cover? No, I'll cover all the topics. I'll cover all the topics. Yeah, straight lines, agar Sir Zain ne bhi yahi wahi soch, I know Sir Zain said that because we discussed it, but मेरा अब आपको मशवरा ये है, because if I'm looking at this marking scheme, you should avoid using straight lines. ठीक है, I should probably inform Sir Zain also, so that he can also make that correction. But कुछ inconsistencies हैं, so just make sure that you don't make a straight line, you make a curve also. ठीक है, so let's take a namaz break. I will see you guys inshallah in around 10 to 15 minutes. ठीक है, so Yeah, make a freehand sketch and make a curve. Okay, make a freehand curve. All right, so welcome back. What did I miss? Okay, I don't think I missed anything important. Acha, let's resume. Let's resume now with measures of central tendency and measures of spread. So this is central tendency. Central tendency में आपका mean, median, mode आ जाता है. Okay, spread में आपका variance, standard deviation, and all that stuff. Okay, interquartile range and all that stuff. Okay, now, what if the difference more than one? Do we use midpoint? If the difference is more than, so you find out the difference, you divide the difference by 2, you add that difference to the upper class boundary, and you subtract that difference from the lower class boundary. Simple as that. Achha, what's that? How if while making the non-continuous to continuous in the histogram first? Okay, if it gets negative, okay, then you obviously don't write negative. That's a good question. Kisne pucha hai? Heather. If, let's say, the lower class boundary gets negative, then you don't write negative. There is a question, okay? We will encounter that question because we're dealing with time, we're dealing with lengths. When you're dealing with a scalar quantity, which obviously can't be negative, you don't write it as negative, okay? Sir, can you repeat question number B? Should we look y-axis or x-axis while taking value? But just go to that part of the stream, okay, and just watch it again. Okay, so I don't know exactly what you're talking about, so just rewatch that part of the stream. Okay, I hope you guys know that you can skip to, I mean, you can go back to any part of the stream. Then we will plot the last point 0, 0. No, you will not plot the last point 0, 0. Once again, I don't know which part of the stream you're talking about. Just watch that part of the stream again. If it comes as negative, you leave it as 0 only. Okay, so if it comes as negative, you leave it as 0 only. You leave it if it's, like for example, there will come a question here where if it's negative, you will instead leave it as 0 only. I hope I can find it. नहीं है बहरहाल, but जैसे for example यहाँ पे, ठीक है, here. Technically, this should be minus 0.5, but that's not possible. This is length, so we'll not subtract it from, we will not subtract 0.5 from it, okay? All right, so let's resume now. I'm going to have to disable the chat for a while. Okay, I will explain the calculator trick. Don't worry. I'll explain the calculator trick. Don't worry about it. Okay. Everything that I know today, inshallah, once we're done, I'll give it to you guys. Okay, as far as statistics is concerned, obviously. Okay, so the concepts to cover, types of data. This is basically similar to what you do in O-levels. The mean, median, mode, and interquartile range of ungrouped data. The mean, median, mode, and interquartile range of group data. Variance and standard deviation. Combined mean and standard deviation. Sorry, combined variance and standard deviation. Combined mean, variance, and standard deviation, and coded mean, which also goes by the name of linear transformation of data. Okay, you know when you subtract something from all values of x, you add something, those kind of questions. Okay, so first let's go over the types of data that we have. Once again, this is very similar to O-levels. In fact, it's exactly the same as O-levels, so I'm just going to speed run through it. So you have numerical or quantitative, like for example, height, age, weight, time, etc., etc. And then you have qualitative, like for example, blood group, gender, grades. So numerical data is what we mostly deal with, which can be divided into two parts. One is ungrouped or scattered, like for example here, the values don't really have a table, they don't really have groups. And then you have group data, which by the way can be of three types. One can be you have a group of discrete values, okay? So like for example here, which is also known as frequency table. And then you can have a group of class intervals, and the class intervals can be continuous. As you can see, these are continuous class intervals, meaning that there's no gap in between the upper class boundary and the lower class boundary of the next interval. And then you can also have class intervals which are not continuous, and we just saw how to make them continuous. Okay, now once again, let me go over that. When you do make this continuous, we know that this will become 2.5, and we know that this will also become 2.5. But this will remain 0. Okay, this will remain 0. Why? Because this is time. Time cannot be negative, so you will not subtract 0.5 from it. Okay. However, in the end, you will add 0.5. The same rule applies. Okay. But if let's say the starting value is 0, you will not subtract 0.5 from it, because in that case, it will make it negative, which obviously is not acceptable. Okay. Now, mean is the average of all the terms. This is a symbol that we use for it, x bar. It is known as the arithmetic mean. Now, how do you calculate mean? You add all the terms and you divide it by the number of terms. That is when you do it. That is for ungrouped data. For group data, if you have discrete values, you multiply the frequency with the corresponding value of x and you divide by the total frequency. However, if you have group data, then remember x is the midpoint of every class interval. Okay, now some advantages and disadvantages of the mean. Let's talk about that. Mean can be misleading if there are extremely large or extremely small values. For example, salaries or score of an exam. So if let's say you're talking about salaries and let's say majority of the salaries are in thousands, but there is one salary which is in millions. That means there's an outlier. So mean is basically affected by outliers, okay? However, it's useful when the total values of interest, for example, total income or total production. And it's also useful when the values are close to one another. That is when mean is a good measure of central tendency. Okay, now let's talk about median. Median is the middle term where data is arranged in ascending/descending order. Okay, so median, how do you find out the median? If it's ungrouped data, this is what you do. You add 1 to the total frequency and you add 1 to the total number of terms, divide by 2, and then you look for the corresponding value. If you have discrete values in a group, then also you use the same thing. But if you have a group data where you have class intervals, then remember, in that case, the question will always ask you to find out the median interval, or it may ask you to estimate. Now, median interval, once again, we will, in fact, in median interval, and if you have class intervals, you will take the total frequency, divide by 2, and then you will see what's the corresponding interval. Once again, very similar to O levels. But when it comes to estimate usually is asked when you have drawn a cumulative frequency curve. Okay, that is when you have a fixed value. And that can only be done if you've drawn a cumulative frequency curve. Okay, now what's the advantage of median? It's useful when you have extremely large or extremely small values. Why? Because median is resistant to outliers, for example, salary. So if you have like a really high salary, the median will remain unchanged because it won't even be brought into consideration when we're calculating the median. Okay, now let's talk about quartiles. In statistics, quartiles are the set of values which has 3 points dividing the data into 4 identical parts. Okay. Now, what are the 3 quartiles? Your lower quartile, your median, and the upper quartile. Now, how do you calculate quartile of ungrouped data? So, median of the first half of the data, that's basically Q1. Okay, we've talked about this. Then median, which is Q2, that's the formula that we use normally, n plus 1 upon the 2th term. Then the upper quartile is median of the second half of the data. But when you have group data, okay, so this usually happens if you have a cumulative frequency curve. Okay, so lower quartile is 25% of the total frequency. Then we look for the corresponding value. The median quartile, or the median simply, is 50% of the total frequency. Then you look for the corresponding value. The upper quartile is 75% of the total frequency. And then you look for the corresponding value. And the interquartile range is basically equal to Q3 minus Q1. Okay, now, what's more? So we will go over examples of quartiles also. Okay, don't worry about it. The most frequently occurring term, if the data is ungrouped, or it's the value with the highest frequency if the data is grouped and discrete, and it's the interval with the highest frequency if it is grouped with class intervals. And remember, there can be more than one mode, meaning a data set can be bimodal. Okay, so it's useful when the most occurring value is of interest. So for example, a new design. So let's say you want to start a t-shirt business and there's a new design. So which size would you introduce first, or which size would you get manufactured first? You would get the size manufactured that sells the most. Okay, so you would start stocking the size that sells the most, and it's not useful when the data set is small. Okay, so a bit of theory that you should know about every measure of central tendency. Okay, now these are some basic examples. I'm going to skip that. I want to move to quartile. Yeah, so here we have to find out the quartile. Now, somebody asked earlier that what to do if, let's say, we have an even number of terms. So this is what you do when you have an even number of terms, okay? In the mock, the example that I gave was slightly inaccurate. So this is the correct way to calculate the quartile of even number of terms. So it says, Catherine is a junior reporter. As part of an investigation into consumer affairs, she purchased 0.5 kg from 12 shops and supermarkets in the town. The resulting data put into rank order are as follows. Okay, so these are basically the prices of 0.5 kg chicken from 12 shops. Okay, now we have to find Q1, which is the lower quartile. We have to find Q2, which is the median, and we have to find Q3, which is the upper quartile. Now, let's start with Q1. Now, because we have 12 data points, we have 12 values, we can divide the data into half. So this is the first half, this is the second half, okay? Now, the lower quartile, as explained earlier, is the median, but it's median of the first half. So in the first half, we have 6 terms. So we would take the median of these 6 terms, which means 6 plus 1, which upon 2, which is 3.5. So we would take the average of the third and the fourth term, which is 1.47. So that's right here. This is Q1. Then median, same median is something that we're aware of. It's the total number of terms, which happen to be 12 plus 1 divided by 2. So that's the 6.5th term, meaning that it would be the average of the 6th and the 7th term. Q3, which is the upper quartile, will also be the median, but this will be the median of the second half of the data. So that means this would be median of this half of the data. And here we have 6 terms, so 6 plus 1 upon 2 is 3.5, which means we will have to take the average of the third and the fourth term. Okay, and by the way, you guys can download these notes. They're available on my website for free. The website is mathletebystart.com. Okay? Now, if let's say you have an odd number of values, like for example here, so once you've arranged them in ascending order, so we ignore the mean, the values, we ignore the median, sorry, okay, which by the way is 15. So all the values on the left hand side of the median is the first half, on the values on the right hand side of the median is the second half. So your lower quartile will be equal to 12, your upper quartile will be equal to 19. You don't really have to use the formula here, you can simply eyeball it, okay, but just so you know what to do when you have an odd number of values. Okay, now, so let's skip this. Now let's move to some actual questions. Cumulative frequency graph, mean. अच्छा वो जो कैलकुलेटर ट्रिक थी वो मैं आप लोगों को ज़रा बता देता हूँ. Let me find an appropriate question. Okay, so let's do this question only. I'll enable the chat so that in case you guys have any questions in between, you can ask. Okay, but please keep it relevant to what we're doing and pay attention. Okay, this is a bit tricky, so pay attention. You don't want to mess this up. Okay, so how do we use our calculator to find out the mean, variance, and the standard deviation? Okay, so here's the question. This is from the PDF. Okay, and we have to draw a cumulative frequency graph, so I'm going to skip that part. Okay, we're going to dive straight into the estimate of the mean, distance traveled, and let's say if you also have to find out the standard deviation, okay, so that too we will learn. So here's how this works. Acha, what is an example that could have negative values? I haven't seen a question where you can have negative values. So how much range is there and is always there for percentile questions? It depends. If you have drawn the graph yourself, then there is a range of acceptable answers, but you haven't drawn the graph yourself and the graph is given, then there is little to no range. Please don't turn off the chat, but I do have to turn off the chat. Okay, Sir Saad, when Nabil, but I think you joined late, you missed that part. We use n upon 2 when we are calculating median of group data. Okay, now, Achha, there is a formula for outliers. There is a formula for outliers, but I don't think that formula is in our syllabus. Okay, that formula is not in our syllabus. Okay, we use the formula to find out the outlier, so ignore that. Okay, now we have to calculate an estimate of the mean. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to first make it continuous. Okay, we're first going to make it continuous. Now how will we make it continuous? Now notice that this is distance. Okay, so we can't change this d0, we can't change this to minus 0.5. This is from February, March 2021, paper 5, variant 2. However, this will become 4.5, this will become 4.5 to 10.5. Okay, this will become 10.5 to 20.5. This will become 20.5 to 30.5. This will also become 30.5. So how do we find the greatest possible value of interquartile range? You find out the interval in which the upper quartile lies, you take the greatest value, you find out the interval in which the lower quartile lies, you take the least value, and then you find the difference. 30.5, 40.5, 40.5, and this will be 60.5. Now remember, a question for you guys, if you're calculating estimate and the mean, you're calculating an estimate of the mean and the data is grouped, what do we do? What do we do for that? What value are we going to take? We're going to take the midpoint. Okay, we are going to take the midpoint. Okay, so what's the midpoint? So let's calculate the midpoint for every interval. The midpoint of 0 and 4.5 will be 2.25. Okay, so I'll write that down over here. 2.25. The midpoint of 4.5 and 10.5, that will be 7.5. The midpoint of this would be, okay, I better use a calculator. 11 plus 20 divided by 2, that's 15.5. Okay. Then 21 plus 30 divided by 2, that's equal to 25.5. Acha, midpoint aapko nikalna padega. Even if you have to use the calculator trick, you still have to find out the midpoint. 31 plus 40 divided by 2, that's equal to 35.5. And then 41 plus 60, or 40.5 plus 60.5 divided by 2, that's equal to 50.5. Okay, now, but you have to use pencil for graphs. Okay, you have to use pencil for graphs. Okay, now, so we found the midpoint. Now here's the calculator trick. Now here's the thing, if you understand how it works, that's great. If you don't know how it works, or if you don't fully get it, then there's nothing to worry about. And if your calculator also doesn't have this feature, then there's nothing to worry about. Okay, sir, shuru mein aapne 4.5 kyun liya? But 4.5 to lenge na, we still have to make it continuous. Okay, so you can see the difference between 4 and 5 is 1. So we decrease this, we increase this, okay, and we decrease this so that they're both equal. Do we take midpoint using the values after making data continuous? Okay, you take the midpoint after making the data continuous. Okay, you take the midpoint after making the data continuous. Why? Because if the data is starting from 0, it will make a difference. If the data is not starting from 0, it won't make a difference. So to be on the safe side, make it continuous and then take the midpoint. Okay? All right, now here's how you use your calculator to calculate the mean, standard deviation, and variance. Okay, so here's how this works. So press menu. Achha, I want you guys to concentrate. So once again, I'm going to disable the chat. Pehle isko zara achhe se samajh lein aap log, fir I'll enable the chat. This worksheet is available in the link in description. There's no MS for it. You can just Google every past paper and find out the relevant marking scheme. Okay, so once again, from the beginning, pay close attention. So you have to find out the midpoint yourself. Your calculator won't do that, but your calculator will estimate the mean, the variance, and the standard deviation for you, and you can use it. I'll repeat 3 times. You can use it to check your answer, use it to check your answer, use it to check your answer. This is not a substitute for the working. Do all the working that you would normally do, okay, if you didn't know about this feature, but you should use your calculator to check your answer and make sure that it's correct so that you feel good about it, basically. Okay, so here's what we do. We go on to statistics. ठीक है. अब don't ask me what is this, ये क्या है, ये कब करेंगे, वो कब करेंगे. अगर बहुत ज़्यादा क्यूरियोसिटी हो रही है तो पेपर के बाद आके देख लेना कि किस तरह, गूगल कर लेना, समझ आ जाएगा. ठीक है. सारी क्यूरियोसिटी पूरे साल नहीं होती. साल के एंड में पेपर से एक दिन पहले सबको सारे चीज़ों की डेप्थ में भी जाना होता है, सबकी डेफिनेशंस भी समझनी होती हैं और सारे फॉर्मूलाज के ओरिजिन भी समझने होते हैं. ठीक है. सो नाउ इज़ नॉट द टाइम टू डू दैट. You can do that after the exam or during the summer break. So once again, from the beginning, we go on to menu. Okay. Then we go on to statistics, which is at number 6. Okay. Now this is one variable. Once again, don't ask me why it's one variable, but we're going to use the mode one variable. So press 1 for that. Okay. Acha, ab ek cheez that I should mention is that some of you might see this frequency column, some of you may not. Okay. So if I reset my calculator, you will notice that I will no longer see this frequency column. Okay, so we go on to menu, we go on to statistics, we select one variable. Now I don't see the frequency column. What do we do now? Well, here's what you do. You press shift, press menu, scroll down to where you see statistics. Statistics is at number 3. You see frequency. What do you want to do? Do you want to turn it on? Do you want to turn it off? You want to turn it on. Okay, and now you will see the frequency column as well. Okay, if you missed that, just rewind the stream and watch this part. Watch whatever part you want to watch again. Okay, now X is where you write all the midpoints. Okay, so starting from 2.25, 7.5, 15.5, 25.5, 30.5.5, and 50.5. So 2.25, press equals to enter it, and then 7.5, press equals to enter it, and then 15.5, press equals to enter it, and then 25.5, press equals to enter it, and then 35.5, press equals to enter it, and then 50.5, press equals to enter it. Okay. Then you go on to frequency. Obviously, we have to change the frequencies also. Now, what's the frequency of this midpoint? It's 12. So write 12, enter. Then 16, enter. Then 32, enter. Then 66, enter. Then 20, enter. And then 4, and then enter. Okay, once you've done all this, just press AC. Okay, press AC. Acha, ab hum kya karenge? Now we're going to press this option key. Okay, so when you press this option key, notice what it says. Select type. At number 2, it says one variable calculations. At number 3, it says data. Now, if you want to change the data, if you want to recheck the data, you can press 3. But I'm going to press 2. And when you press 2, it will give you all the one variable calculations. Meaning of the data set that we just entered, it will give us all the relevant calculations. So you press 2 and boom. So X bar is what? X bar is the mean. So we have the mean, and what's that equal to? That's equal to 21.5. Okay, so the mean is equal to 21.6 actually. Okay, and you can work it out manually, you'll get the same answer. Okay, and then this sigma square, what's sigma squared? That's basically the variance. Now, although we were not asked to calculate the variance here, but just so you guys know, it has given us the variance also. What's that equal to? That's equal to 113.8 or 114, correct, to 3 significant figures. That is irrelevant right now. And then we are given sigma, which is basically the standard deviation. And what's that equal to? That's equal to 10.6688, which is equal to 10.7, correct, to 3 significant figures. Okay, so this is how you use your calculator. ठीक है, मैं यहाँ पे इसका एक screenshot भी लगा देता हूँ. If you didn't follow, if you missed anything, then please just watch that part of the stream again. Okay. And
you have 6 from YouTube. Red Circle. Watch Live Now. Adil Azman. As Economics 2025.
Okay, never mind that. I think I accidentally wrong pressed the lock button. Okay, anyway. So this is your mean. Okay, this is your variance. And this is your standard deviation. Ignore this. This is not relevant. Okay, this is not something that's part of our syllabus. Now I'll do one more example so that in case you guys missed, you can understand it now. So let's go back to measure of central tendency. Let me take a question from this data set here. Yeah, let's take this question. Okay, so you can see I've done all the calculations pehle se. I have found the mean 18.4. I have found the standard deviation, and I've also found the variance. Okay, now how do you find out the standard deviation and variance? We'll talk about that. But first, let's see how we use our calculator. So once again, I'll start from the very beginning. So in case you missed anything, you can. So make sure that you guys reset your calculator before you start. So here you go. I've reset my calculator. So we go on to menu. Okay, we go on to statistics, which is at number 6. We go on to one variable. We see X, but we don't see F. No problem. Press Shift, press menu, scroll down. Where do you see statistics? You see it at number 3. What do you want to do to the frequency? You want to turn it on. So you press 1. Now you have the frequency column as well. ठीक हो गया. Now what goes in place of X? Midpoint of every interval. So what's the midpoint of 0 and 5? 2.5. What's the midpoint of 7.5 and 10? 7.5. 15. Okay, I've already done this. So remember, we're only doing this to check our answer, and do this if you have time during the exam. Otherwise, you'll end up wasting a lot of time, and you won't be able to complete the questions. So we first type all the values of X. So 2.5, 7.5, 15, 25, 35. Just check as you go along. 55. There you go. Okay, I'm just going to double check. Make sure that I haven't done anything wrong. So 2.5, 7.5, 15, 25, 35, 55. 25, 35, 55. Okay, brilliant. Okay, now the frequencies. 11, press enter. 20, press enter. 32, press enter. 18, press enter. 10, press enter. 6, press enter. Okay, once you've done this, press AC. Now you press the option key. Now, what do you want to do? If you want to make some changes to the data, you press 3. If you press 3, notice that it takes you back to the data set. Okay, but our data set is good to go. We don't have to make any changes. So I'm just going to press AC again. Press the option key. Then select one variable calc, which is at number 2. And there you go. You have the mean, which is 18.4. There you can see it is in fact 18.4. Acha, summation x if you need it, although it's irrelevant. Summation x square, once again, if you need it, but it's irrelevant right now. Variance 176.3. You can see our variance is 177.35. अच्छा अब ये डिफरेंस क्यों आ रहा है? ये प्रॉब्ली इसलिए आ रहा है कि हमने शायद कुछ राउंडेड ऑफ है. ओके, ये डिफरेंस इसलिए आ रहा है बिकॉज वी हैव टेकन द राउंडेड ऑफ मीन. Okay, so the calculator is giving us the exact, but we have taken 18.4. That's why the difference. Okay, and then the variance 13.27. But note करने की चीज़ ये है कि the answers are very close to one another. Okay, and even if let's say you use the pre-rounded off answer, you will get it correct. Okay, ये 177.35 is probably because I've used the rounded off mean. But anyway, the variance you can see. Okay, we've talked about the variance. The standard deviation you can see is 13.278, which is 13.3 correct to 3 significant figures. Here also you can see it's 13.3 correct to 3 significant figures. So, kaisa? Did you guys know about this? No, right? Because I also didn't know about it. I knew about it, but I recently learned how to actually use it. So, pretty cool, right? What are your thoughts? Achha, please don't ask me to explain this again because I won't. Just watch that part of the stream again. For midpoint, we take adjusted values. What do we use the original values for? Nothing. You just take the adjusted values, that's it. Okay, if you don't have a certain key in your calculator, there's nothing I can do about it. Okay, this is how it's done in this calculator. For any other calculator, just put in some effort. If your calculator has that feature, write the model number of your calculator and then search whatever it is that you're trying to do in your calculator. You'll find it. Okay, simple as that. अगर नहीं है आपके कैलकुलेटर में तो इसमें कोई घबराने की बात नहीं है. पूरी ज़िंदगी नहीं था ना, पूरी यू डिडंट नो अबाउट इट, ज़िंदगी गुजर गई. ठीक है, तो अभी भी अगर नहीं करोगे कैलकुलेटर में, इट डज़ नॉट मेक अ डिफरेंस. सर कल 4 बजे लाइव आ जाएगा. आमना आप वही है ना जो 2x वाली बातें कर रही थी कल. सर कैन यू डोनेट दिस कैलकुलेटर टू मी? बट दिस इज़ अ वर्चुअल कैलकुलेटर, हाउ कैन आई डोनेट इट टू यू? अच्छा, एनीवे, सो इनफ टॉक, नाउ लेट्स गेट बैक टू वर्क. Issue is I have everything, but I don't have the option. Okay, so if your calculator has that feature, please Google the model number of your calculator, write down whatever it is that you're trying to work out, and see if it has it. मैंने खुद एक वीडियो से सीखा है, ये मैंने खुद बैठ के नहीं फिगर आउट किया, मैंने एक वीडियो से सीखा है. ठीक है, एक अंग्रेज़ खातून थी, चलो मैं आपको इनके चैनल का नाम भी बताता हूँ. मैथ्स हेल्प विथ मिस्नो, खातून है, मर्द हैं सॉरी, मिस्टर Oris, O-R-Y-S. Okay, he has the same calculator as mine. I learned it from his channel, so credit to him if he's watching. Although the video is 7 years ago, but there you go. This, if your calculator has this feature, you can learn it from YouTube also. Okay, yeah, I'll be discussing every single topic. Don't worry about it. Every single topic will be discussed. Take it easy. All right, so Acha, significant figures, I don't know how many times I've gone over it. In between your answers, keep it correct to 5 significant figures. When you get to the final answer, give your answer correct to 3 significant figures. Okay, so we've gone over mean, median, mode, how to calculate mean, median, mode of discrete data, how to calculate mean, median, mode of group data. Let's just quickly go over some of the examples that I've solved. So these are very similar to O-level, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time. So for example, if you have data set like this, and if you want to calculate the mode, so you look for the term with the highest frequency. So you can see 2 is the term with the highest frequency, so 2 is the mode. For median, now because these are discrete values, you will add 1. The only time you don't add 1 is if you have group data, which could be a histogram or it could be a cumulative frequency curve. Okay, so if you're given a table where you have grouped values, then you don't add 1. That's the rule that you need to know. That's it. So 50.5th term, meaning that we will identify the 50th term and the 51st term, and then we'll add them up, divide by 2. So when you start adding the frequencies, so 15 plus 25 is 40, 40 plus 16 is 56. So that means the 50th term is also 3 and the 51st term is also 3. In fact, all the terms after the 40th term up until the 56th term, they're all 3. So that means the median will also be equal to 3. Now for the mean, you will multiply the frequency with the corresponding x value, add them up, divide by the total frequency, which is equal to 100, you'll get the answer. Okay, now if you have something like this, we just went over it, you calculate the midpoint, you multiply the midpoint with the frequency, add them up, divide by the total interval. Now here, you don't calculate the median, you actually calculate the median interval, you take the total frequency, divide by 2. So that's 160. Now we see where is the 160th interval, or what interval, or what is the frequency at the what is the interval at the 160th frequency? So we start adding them up. 30 plus 80 is 110. 110 plus 90 is 200. So that means once we're looking for the corresponding interval of 160. So that is this interval, and this is our median interval also. And in questions like these, the question will not ask for the mode, it will ask for the modal class. That means basically the interval which has the highest frequency, and that is this interval right here. Yeah, that's this interval right here. Okay. Okay, so what to do when you have group data that is not continuous? We've gone over that, so no need to go over it again. Okay, here are some notes that you can download if you want to review. Okay, but I'm not going to go over that again. Okay, now let's talk about variance and standard deviation. So variance is basically the measurement of spread between the values in a data set. It helps us finding out how consistent the values are by telling us how close the values are to the mean. Okay, so how do you write the variance? You either write it like this or you write it like this. Standard deviation, that's the variance, square root of the variance, and that tells us how close the values are to one another. Okay, how close the values are to one another, whereas variance tells us how close the values are to the mean. Okay, so here are some examples. So the data set of this is, the mean of this data set is 40, the mean of this data set is also 40. Now, how do we calculate variance? Here's how we calculate variance. There are two ways that you can calculate variance. One is that you can, if let's say you have ungrouped data, you square all the values, okay? You add them up, divide by the total frequency minus the mean square. So formulas will be given, but it's important that you understand the formula. Or what you can do is you can find out the difference of every individual value from the mean, then square them, then add them up, and then divide by the total frequency. Okay, that's another way that you can find out the variance. Now for group data, what you do is you take the square of the midpoint, multiply it by the frequency, divide by the total frequency minus the mean square. Now this is the formula that's most recommended for group data. Okay, this formula is very lengthy, so it's correct, but it's not something that we use. Okay, this is the formula that we use when we have to find out the variance or the standard deviation of group data. Okay, so here are some examples. I'll just quickly go over them. So here you can see that we have a data set and we're finding the variance. So we're squaring all the values, adding them up, dividing by the total number of terms minus mean squared. Okay, so this is the step-by-step approach that I've written over here. You can go over it. Okay, method 2, which as I explained is lengthy. That is when you subtract, you take the difference of every value from the mean and then you square it and then you find out the variance. By adding them up and dividing by the total frequency. So either way you get the same answer, but this method you can use if the data is discrete, but if the data is group data, then in that case, we only use one formula, and that is basically this formula right here. Okay, we'll do some examples also. Okay, so find the mean and variance of the following data. So you'll find the mean. For variance, it's a good idea to square all these values, add them up, divide by the total number of terms, and from that, subtract the mean squared. Okay, so another examples of mean and standard deviation. Okay. अच्छा, यहाँ पे हमें comment भी करना है, तो चलो comment भी कर लेते हैं. Mahmood and Raheem are football players. In the 30 games played so far this season, their scoring records are as follows. Find the mean and standard deviation of the number of goals each player scored. So we find out the mean, you find out the standard deviation. Now comment on the players' goal scoring records. So if you look at the standard deviation of Mahmood, that's greater than the standard deviation of Raheem. So that means who's more consistent? Raheem is more consistent. Okay, notice that they have the same average, they have the same mean, but Raheem is more consistent because of a lower standard deviation. Lower standard deviation means that the values don't vary a lot from one another, they're close to one another, which means that the player is more consistent. Okay, so group data, how do you calculate the standard deviation and variance of group data? So if you learn how to calculate variance, to calculate standard deviation, you just have to take the square root of it. So first thing that you do is, if you have group data, see if it's continuous. If it's continuous, great. If it's not continuous, turn it continuous. Okay, so we turn this continuous how? And it is already continuous, so we don't do that. We find out the midpoint. Okay, so this is the midpoint. Now, how would you calculate the mean? We've talked about that. You multiply the midpoint by the frequency, okay, add them up, divide by the total frequency. But how do you calculate the standard deviation? Well, first let's talk about the variance. So you will first square all the values of x, okay? Then you will multiply the squared values by the total, by the frequency, and then you will add them all up, like I've done over here, 11 into 2.5 squared, 20 into 7.5 squared, 32 into 15 squared, divided by the total frequency, which is 97, minus the mean squared. Okay, there you go. Simple. So no need to spend a lot of time here. This is simple. However, वो जो coded वाली चीज़ है ना, coded mean and stuff like that, that is where I think we should spend time. Okay, so I think I'll just do one more example using the calculator. तो यहाँ पे देख लो, बस एक last example मैं कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है? So we have to calculate the mean and standard deviation for the heights. So how will you calculate the mean? So for the mean, this is what you're going to do. Summation fx over summation f. Now summation fx means, now I'm just going to save some time. Midpoint हमने निकाले हुए, अच्छा midpoint हमने नहीं निकाले हुए, चलो midpoint निकाल लेते हैं फटाफट. So 9.5 plus 19.5 divided by 2, that's equal to 14.5. Achha, we're not going to be using the cumulative frequency, keep that in mind. 19.5 plus 29.5 divided by 2, that's equal to 24.5, and then so on and so forth. Okay, no need to do it over and over again. So you will do summation fx over summation f. That means the frequency, which is 10, multiplied by the midpoint, which is 14. So 10 into 14.5 plus 18 into 24.5 plus dot dot dot. Please exam में ये dot 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 वाली चीज़ ना कर देना, ठीक है? अच्छा, लास्ट इंटरवल का मिड पॉइंट निकाल लेते हैं, तो वो आएगा 57.5. Okay, let me just double check. 55 plus 59 divided by 2. No, wait, 57. अच्छा, मैंने double check कर लिया. Please don't rely on your mental maths if your mental maths is like me. 55 plus 59 divided by 2, 57. ठीक है. So plus the frequency multiplied by the midpoint. So that would be 6 into 57. Divide by the total frequency, which is equal to 150. Okay, now if you want the standard deviation, which is also something that you're supposed to calculate. ठीक है, कहाँ गया सवाल? हाँ, ये रहा. So you will have to calculate the variance first. So sigma squared would be equal to same thing, except that you will take the square of every x value. So 10 into 14.5 squared plus 18 into 24.5 squared plus dot dot dot. Please don't write this dot 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 in the exam. This is just so that we can save some time. Divided by the total frequency, which is 150. And from this, you will subtract the mean squared. Okay, whatever that is equal to. The square of the mean, whatever that is equal to. अच्छा, okay, I just realized कि मेरा screen जो है वो फंसा हुआ था. आप लोग I'm sure सोच रहे होंगे. Okay, let me just fix that. Hang on. I've noticed that. Let me just fix it. Okay, so I'll just quickly go over it. So basically what I've done is I have found the midpoint of every interval. Okay, now find out the midpoint after making it continuous. Remember, the only time it makes a difference is if the data is starting from 0. If it's not starting from 0, it will not make a difference. ठीक है? अच्छा, फिर उसके बाद Yeah, multiplied by the frequency. So 10 into the midpoint plus 18 into the midpoint dot dot dot. So this is where I put the dot dot dot, and I just found out the midpoint of the last interval, which is 57. So 6 into 57 divide by the total frequency, which is 150. That gives you the mean. Okay, now for the variance, what do? It's 10 into the square of the midpoint plus frequency into the square of the midpoint dot dot dot, the last frequency of the last interval into the square of the midpoint, minus the mean squared, which you would have already found here. And don't forget to divide it by the total frequency before you subtract the square of the mean. ठीक हो गया? Okay, now अब हम आते हैं किस पे? Coded mean पे. ठीक है? Coded mean or combined mean and stuff like that. I think मैंने इसके कुछ questions निकाले हुए हैं. I've taken out some questions from. Let me see if I've taken out some combined questions. Yeah, combined भी हैं और वो भी हैं. ठीक है, चलो थोड़ी देर के लिए मैं ज़रा chat enable कर दूँ so you guys can let off some steam. All good so far? Jashan, I didn't miss that. Okay, I will be doing that. Okay, I've lined them up. So don't worry about it. I have taken out those questions here. Here's one, here's another. So don't worry about it. As you see above the one pad, there's a start button. Just press shift and 1. Sir, for FF. देखो मैंने हर कैलकुलेटर का जो सीक्वेंस है वो याद नहीं की हुई, ठीक है? सारे कैलकुलेटर के मोड्स जो हैं वो मेरे दिमाग में मैंने याद नहीं किए हुए. सो प्लीज़ डोंट आस्क मी, जस्ट Google the model number of your calculator and find out how it's done in your calculator. If you're lucky and you have the same calculator as mine, then good for you. But if you don't have the same calculator as mine, then there's nothing I can do to help you, except that I can tell you to Google it yourself. Simple as that. Also, someone's trying to help you. If your calculator doesn't have an option button, just press shift and 1. Okay, there you go, Musa. Stream कब तक चलेगी? फिर आमना स्ट्रीम चलेगी 10 o'clock तक तो चलेगी फॉर श्योर. अभी कितने 2 टॉपिक्स ही तो हैं. 10 o'clock तक चलेगी. 10:30. Sir, do you know you're really savage? I think I've become savage. इतना नहीं था मैं, but I've become quite. My tolerance level has gone down. I think it comes with age. Sir, can you explain independent wala concept? When we get to probability, I'll explain that. Sir, I just got up. Sir, do you recommend use calculator trick to? But that's the problem when you watch everything in 2x. You miss the important stuff. Okay, so I've already answered that question, Murtaza Zaidi, and to find out the answer, you should probably watch the stream again. भाई अगर 10 बजे तक बहुत ज़्यादा है तो मैं कोई आपको ज़बरदस्ती बांध के तो नहीं बिठाएगा ना. आप चले जाएं. किसने मना किया आपको? ओके अच्छा अब I'm going to turn off the chat again. ठीक है, निकाल लिया आप लोगों ने अब बढ़ास. अब मैं चैट बंद कर रहा हूँ. मैंने भी अपनी बढ़ास निकाल ली. अब चलें. Let's move on. So now let's talk about combined mean and combined variance and combined standard deviation. ठीक है. अच्छा, there are formulas for it. अब देखो, अगर आप formulas पे जाओगे ना तो फिर चक्कर ही आ जाएंगे आपको. But just use your common sense. If you have to combine 2 data sets, that means you add the sum of the 2 data sets and you divide it by the total frequency of the 2 data sets. Simple as that. Okay, so if you sit down and memorize the formula, you'll probably just get lost in the formula. Just use your common sense, honestly. Okay? So for example, here is the formula for combined variance and combined standard deviation, but look at how complicated it is. So just use your common sense. That's what I would recommend. Okay, now how do we use the formula? Or how do we find out combined mean and standard deviation? Let's go over that. Okay, so I'm just going to need the formula, and that will work. Just a second, zara formula sheet खोल के देख लूँ, because I keep forgetting the formulas that are given and formulas that aren't. अच्छा, इसका भी दिया हुआ है. No, wait, नहीं दिया हुआ. This is something else. Yeah. So this formula is, yeah, so this is the formula. So for mean, this is the formula. For standard deviation, these are the formulas. Okay, so we'll keep the formulas in front so that we can refer to them. Find the mean and the standard deviation times taken by all 30 runners. Okay, so if I want to find out the combined mean, that means I will have to find the combined sum. Simple as that. So in order to combine the sum, I will do summation x plus summation y divided by summation f. Okay, basically summation f of x plus summation f of y. Now we're given that these are, अच्छा ये I think वो उसी की continuation है. Oh okay. वो जो Falcon और वो वाला question हमने solve किया था ना, ये उसी की continuation अभी मुझे याद है, जिसका हमने क्या बनाया था हमने, stem and leaf बनाया था हमने. Yes. Okay, so these are 30 runners. So this will give us the combined mean. So that means 792 plus 783 divided by the total frequency, which we know is equal to 30. So this will give us the mean. Okay, whatever that is equal to, we're not concerned with that. Then in order to find out the standard deviation, remember standard deviation is the square root of the variance. So we will have to first take the sum of their square. So that means summation x square plus summation y square divided by summation f. Okay, summation fx plus summation fy minus the mean squared. Okay, so here's the formula that I'm using. The formula that I'm using is basically this formula right here. This one. Okay. Now let's just plug in the values. So the values are summation x squared, which is 43,504 plus 42,223 divided by the total frequency, which is 30 minus the mean. Chalo isi bahane mean hum nikal hi lete hain. 792 plus 783 divided by 30, that's equal to 52.5. 52.5 squared, and don't forget to take the square root of it so that you can take the combined standard deviation. Okay, now let's talk about the tricky part, which is basically coded mean, coded variance, and coded standard deviation. Okay, or also known as linear transformation of data. Okay, now some rules that you have to know, and that is basically these first two rules. Okay, this is a kind of a formality, not something that's tested, but these are the rules that you have to know. Okay, if something is added to all values of x, the same is added to the mean. If something is deducted from all values of x, the same is deducted from the mean. So you can see that this is the original data set. The mean of this data set is 5. If you add 2 to it, the new mean becomes 7. Why? Because 2 has been added. If you subtract 1 from it, the new mean turns out to be 4. And you can see 1 has been deducted from the mean as well. Okay, so this is also known as assumed mean and coded mean, or linear transformation of data. This topic has many names. Okay, now let's talk about variance and standard deviation. If something is added to all values of x, the same, no wait, I've gone over this, right? Same is added to the mean. Yeah, okay, I've gone over this. Okay. Yeah, let's talk about the variance. Yeah. If something is added to all values of x, it does not impact the variance. So you can see that this is the actual data set. We have calculated the variance is 5.2. Now, of this data set, when we calculate the variance, we also get 5.2. But here's the thing to remember, that if you're calculating the variance of if you're calculating coded variance, you will use coded mean also. Okay, so if you're calculating the variance of the data set where you've added to, so you will take the mean of that data set as well. Okay, and you can see that the answer remains the same. You get 5.2 for the original data set, and you get 5.2 for this data set as well. Okay, and also if you subtract something from all values of x, that also does not impact the variance. So you can see that if we calculate the variance of this data set where I've subtracted x minus 1, the mean of which is 4. So using the formula x squared, because these are discrete values, summation x squared upon n minus mean squared, we get the exact same variance. Okay, so this is what you have to remember. Now with the help of this, we come up with this very important formula. Okay, so this is the formula that we will use shortly to find out, to solve some questions which deal with assumed mean or coded mean, whatever it is that you want to call it. Okay, so let's go over it. Let's go over those questions. I solved a couple, I think. In fact, I solved one. I included one question in the mock also. And here are some more questions which we are going to solve. Let's first do this. Okay. So you can see here a summary of n values of x gave the following information. The mean of the n values is 24.25. Okay, so here's the thing. Mean of n values means summation x upon n is equals to 24.25. Okay. Now here we're given the sum of all the values after 20 has been subtracted. Okay, we're given the sum of all the values after 20 has been subtracted. That means if we were to calculate the mean of this, okay, the mean of this would be 20 less than this mean. Okay, why? Because 20 has been subtracted from all values of x. What happens to the mean? The same is deducted from the mean as well. Okay, so this means that summation x minus 20 upon n will actually be equal to what? 24.25 minus 20. Okay, and we already know what summation x minus 20 is. That's equal to 136. So 136 upon n is equals to 24.25 minus 20, which is 4.25. So simply cross multiply 136 divided by 4.25 will be your answer. And n is equals to what? N is equals to 32. Okay, I repeat. The mean of this data set, which will be found by first taking the sum of all the values after 20 has been subtracted, divided by the total number of values, which we don't know, which is n. And this mean, because all the values are 20 less than actual, so the mean of this data set will be 20 less than the actual mean. Okay, 20 less than the mean of the values of x. Okay. Now find summation x square. So here's the thing. Remember that new variance is equal to old variance. Now, what's the new variance going to be equal to? The new variance will be equal to summation x minus 20, the whole thing squared, divided by n minus summation x minus 20 upon n, the whole thing squared. Okay, I'm just writing down the formula first. And this will be equal to the old variance, which will be equal to summation x squared upon n minus summation x upon n, the whole thing squared. Okay, remember this is the old mean or the actual mean, and this is the new mean. Okay, now what is it that we have? We have summation x minus 20, the whole thing squared, which is equal to 2888 divided by n, which we just worked out to be 32. Now what's the new mean equal to? Remember, the new mean will be equal to 20 less than the old mean. So that means the new mean is equal to 4.25. So we write 4.25 here. Don't forget to square it. Is equal to summation x square, which is what we're supposed to find out, divided by n, which is equal to what? Which is equal to 32, minus the old mean, which is already given to us in the question. That's 24.25. Don't forget to square it. And let's solve this. This should give us the answer. Okay. So 2888 divided by 32 minus 4.25 squared. I'll just do it directly so I can save some time. Plus 24.25 squared into 32. So we get, let me just double check what the answer to this is. Just a second. It is, अच्छा मैंने लिखा हुआ नहीं है for some reason. It's 21,128. Yeah, 21,128. Yeah, exact 21,128. Is summation x square. Okay. Now this is the answer. I've skipped all the working in between. I hope you guys can make sense of it. Okay. There you go. Now I do have a detailed playlist on this in case you want to learn this from scratch. You can do that. So there is another question similar to this. Let's solve this. Let's see what this says. For 40 values, so we are given the value. We're given the number of terms. It is given that summation x minus c, the whole thing square, is equals to this, where c is constant. The standard deviation of these values of x is 3.2. find the value of summation x minus c. Okay, so how would you find out the coded standard deviation or the transformed standard deviation? Here's how you will do it. 3.2. Okay, and 3.2 is after c has been subtracted. So that means 3.2 would be equal to summation x minus c, the whole thing squared, okay, divided by n minus the coded mean squared, which means summation x minus c upon n, the whole thing squared. This is what you need to do. Okay, now we're given the standard deviation. What's that equal to? That's equal to 3.2. Okay, now I'm going to start placing the values that we have is equal to square root of, now we're given summation x minus c, the whole thing squared, which is 3099.2, divided by n, which is equal to 40, minus summation x minus c, which is what we're supposed to find out, summation x minus c over n, the whole thing squared. And we know what n is equal to. N is equal to 40. Okay, so the assumed mean or the coded mean squared. Now what happens when we take the square root across the equals to sign? Or how do we get rid of the square root? We have to square both sides. So we get 10.24 is equal to, now let's also start dividing. 3099.2 divided by 40, that's equal to 77.48, which, and minus summation x minus c upon 40, the whole thing squared. Okay, so let's shift this across the equals to sign. Let's shift this across the equals to sign. So I'm going to save some time and just copy paste it. So this will now become positive is equals to 77.48 minus 10.24. 77.48 minus 10.24, that's equal to 67.24. Okay, now we have to get rid of the square. How do we get rid of the square? By taking the square root on both sides. So let's take the square root on both sides. We have 8.2. So summation x minus c upon 40 is equals to 8.2. Now you cross multiply. What's 8.2 times 40? That's equal to 328. So summation x minus c is equals to 328. Okay, and the following part must be to find the value of c. Okay, we're given the value of c. You're given that c is equals to 50. Find the mean of these values of x. Okay, so if you're given that c is equals to 50, so that means summation x minus 50 over, or here's what you can do. Here's what you can do. If c is equals to 50, that means the mean that you get is after 50 has been subtracted. Okay, so let's do this. Summation x minus 50 over n will basically be equal to the actual mean. Okay, summation x upon n, the actual mean minus 50. Okay, so it will be 50 less than the actual mean because 50 has been subtracted. So we just found out summation x minus 50, which is equal to what? Which is equal to 328 divided by n, which is equal to 40, is equal to the actual mean minus 50. So that means 328 divided by 40 plus 50, what's that equal to? That's equal to 58.2. So this is the actual mean. Why? Because after you subtract 50 from it, it's 50 less than the actual. So you add 50 to the assumed mean to get the actual mean. Okay, so it's all about formulas. Just make sure that you know the formula and you know how to use it. And this is basically how you do assumed mean, variance, and standard deviation. Okay, so with that, we are done with two chapters. One is measures of central tendency and measures of spread and graphical representation of data. So what are your thoughts? Quickly give me your thoughts. Let me know what you're thinking so that I can put you guys on mute again and resume the rest of the syllabus coverage. Can you solve by expanding bracket? Okay, so don't you have enough problems in your life? I'm assuming you don't have enough problems. So if you don't, then go ahead. But if you do have enough problems, then don't. Why would it be 50 upon n? अच्छा देखो cumulative frequency graphs बेहतर है curve ही बनाओ, ठीक है, बेहतर है curve ही बनाओ, because rule तो यही कहता है कि if the question is asking you to draw a cumulative frequency graph, you could draw a straight line and you could draw a curve also, but my suggestion to you is that it's best that you make a curve only, the way that it's meant to be done. Okay, nice of you guys to message and tell me that my screen is stuck. But I didn't see that because my phone was on do not disturb. ईशा ब्रेक ऑलरेडी, ईशा ब्रेक हम लेंगे 9 पे. पेस सही जा रहा है. देखो यही दो टॉपिक्स हैं जिसमें टाइम लगेगा. बाइनोमियल ज्योमेट्रिक में ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लगेगा, ठीक है, और प्रोबेबिलिटी में भी ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लगेगा. ओके अच्छा, what's that? Summation x upon 40 minus. Okay, there is definitely another way to do it. Okay, so you can do it like that. So go ahead. अच्छा, अब ज़रा resume करते हैं. Let's dive into probability. Okay, we'll do some probability questions also, and then we'll move on. All right, so the kind of probability that you have is normal probability, conditional probability, and independent and mutually exclusive. ठीक है? Sir, the part where you got 328, why can you take the square root, won't take the square root, ruin? नहीं बेटा ऐसा नहीं है. So we'll just solve it like you would solve a normal equation. Okay, you're not going to ruin anything. अच्छा, normal distribution calculator से कैसे करते हैं बेटा? That means you've just woken up, because every question, every mock that I solved and every normal distribution question that I solved, I explained it multiple times how to do it in the calculator. Significant figures, we've gone over that also. Final answer, correct to 3. If it's non-exact, if it's in fraction, leave it in fraction form. If there are values in between, take those values, correct to at least 4 or 5 significant figures. Okay, now, normal probability, that means the regular probability, same as the one that you did in O-levels. Conditional probability, independent and mutually exclusive. Okay? So let's first start with normal probability. Now, what's probability? It's the chance of occurrence of an event. You can express it as a fraction, percentage, and decimal. Okay? The formula through which all of probability revolves is favorable upon total. Okay, now whenever you have and, or maybe you have the word both, or maybe you have all, like for example, both are red, one is red and the other is blue, all are the same color, so that is when you multiply the probabilities. But whenever you have or, meaning if there are multiple ways of obtaining a certain outcome, usually happens when the order / quantity is not specified, then we find probabilities of all possible orders and add them up. Okay, like for example, if one is red and the other is blue, so in that case you do blue red plus red blue. At least one is blue, so that means 1 blue, 2 blue, so on and so forth. Or you can do the opposite also. You could do 1 minus, what would be the opposite of at least one is blue? 0 blue. That would be your answer. Achha, also remember, total probability is equal to 1, and if you have 2 events, so the probability of an event not occurring is equal to 1 minus the probability of an event occurring. Okay? Achha, then you have sample spacing. You do sample spacing, for example, if you are taking the sum, if you are taking the product, if you are taking the difference, that is when you do sample spacing. ठीक हो गया? Okay, probability applied to without replacement events using tree diagrams. So remember, without replacement means that the color that you take out or whatever it is that you take out will go down and the total will also go down. Okay? So once again, very similar to O-levels. I'm not going to go into that. Achha, I will go over a couple of things. So both are of the same color. So because this can be done multiple ways, so we'll find out all the ways, that is red, red, blue, blue, green, green. And then there's another part which says both are of different colors. So instead of working this out, we will do 1 minus the probability of the same, which will give us the probability that both are of different colors. Okay, then some past paper questions. I want to do conditional probability, yes. ठीक है, अभी मैं कुछ past paper questions निकाले, मैं वो भी solve कर लूँगा from I think February, March. Okay, conditional probability means to find the number of favorable outcomes under a specific condition, which means number of favorable outcomes with the given condition divided by the probability of the given condition. So for example, probability of A given B, that means probability of A intersection B, both the events occurring together, divided by the probability of B. Okay? Note, the probability of whatever is written after the word given comes in the denominator. So for example, it says find the probability that the game is delayed given that it rains. So the probability of rain comes in the denominator, delayed and rain comes in the numerator. Find the probability that the student is male given that the student is left-handed. So the probability of all left-handed students will come in the denominator, male and left-handed will come in the numerator. Find the probability that Ali travels by car given that he is not late. So the probability of not late will come in the denominator. Give the probability that he travels by car and he is not late will come in the numerator. Okay, some past paper questions. we will go over that. अभी कुछ past paper questions मैंने निकाले हैं, उनको solve करेंगे. I did a stream on probability also in recent times. Make sure that you guys can check that out. अच्छा, here's something important: probability with multiple arrangements. So if let's say you've tossed a coin 5 times and you want to find out the probability that the head is obtained first 3 times. So here you will not consider multiple arrangements, okay? But if let's say the question says head is obtained a total of 3 times, now you could use binomial distribution here, okay? Or you could do it like this, that you find out the probability of one way that you can obtain a head a total of 3 times and then multiply that by the number of, just a second, yaar, garmi lag rahi hai. Number of all the ways that you can obtain a head of total, a head total of 3 times. Okay, now how do you figure that out? So these are 5 letters, so 5 factorial, divide by 3 factorial for the 3 heads, or for the 3 h's, and divide by into 2 factorial for the 2 t's. Okay, note, whenever a probability condition can be fulfilled multiple ways, we find the probability of one way and multiply by the number of possible ways to fulfill that condition. Okay, just like what we have done here. This is one way that you can fulfill the condition multiplied by all the number of ways that you can fulfill that condition. Okay. Acha, ye dekh lo, this is important. Okay, we'll do some questions of this also. Independent events. The two events are said to be independent when the outcome of first event does not change or affect the outcome of the second event. Rolling a die and flipping a coin, okay, that's independent. And anything with replacement is also independent. Now, the formula that we use is this. Probability of A times the probability of B. If that's equal to probability of A intersection B, meaning both of them occurring together, then A and B are independent. If it's not, then they're not independent. Achha, mutually exclusive kya hai? Mutually exclusive is if two events cannot occur together, they are considered mutually exclusive. Okay, now this is once again not something that's tested very often. But remember, if two events can occur together, that means they're not mutually exclusive. Like for example, if you roll a die, you can get an even number as well as a prime number. Okay, they can occur together, meaning if you get a 2, so 2 is even as well as prime, that means they are not mutually exclusive. However, getting a perfect square and a prime number, that's mutually exclusive because you cannot get a number which is a perfect square and also a prime number. Okay, so please don't think one is a prime number, one is not a prime number. ठीक हो गया? Not something that's tested very often. ये इसकी एक एग्जाम्पल है जो मैं आप लोगों को अभी थोड़ी देर में करा दूंगा. ठीक है. अच्छा, let's come back here. Let's do some probability questions that I've taken out. Where are they? Okay, a very simple question. This is from October-November 2024, paper 5, variant 2. So it says, at a college, students are chosen exactly, students choose exactly one of tennis, hockey, or netball to play. The table shows the number of students in year 1 and year 2 at the college playing each of these sports. One student is chosen at random. Find the one student is chosen at random. From the 120 students, event X and N are as follows. X is that the student is in year 1, so irrespective of what sport he's opted for, if the student is in year 1, that is basically X, and N is that the student plays netball. Okay, now, in the first part, what we have to do is we have to find out the probability of X given N. So remember, how do we do this? We do this by using the formula, which is X given N means probability that the student is in year 1 and the student plays netball divided by the probability that the student plays netball. Okay? So let's work this out. So what's the probability that the student is in year 1 and plays netball? That is basically, or what's the number, or what is the number of students who are in year 1 and play netball? That's 12. Divided by all the students who are in year 1. So year 1 ka ye total hoga, which will be 16 plus 22 plus 12. Let's work it out. 16 plus 22 plus 12, that's equal to 50. So that means 12 upon 50, which you can 16 plus 22 plus 12. Ek second. Oh, sorry. N चाहिए. So netball ये होगा. ठीक है, मैं गलती से मैं देख part B रहा हूँ, कर part A रहा हूँ. Sorry, my bad. So this is 40. So we'll divide it by 40. Now 12 upon 40 को simplify कर लो, which is equal to 3 upon 10. ठीक है. In part B, it says probability of n intersection x, which means n given x, so that would be probability of n intersection x divided by the probability of x. So n intersection x will remain the same, that's 12. However, the probability of x means the number of students who who are in year 1, that's equal to 12, that's equal to 50. So the answer is 12 upon 50, which is equal to 6 divided by 25. ठीक हो गया? Okay, now part C. Determine whether or not x and n are independent. Let's see. So if they are independent, this should hold up. Probability of x into probability of n should be equal to probability of x intersection n. Now this we know is equal to 12 upon 50. Okay, x intersection x is equals to 12 upon 50. Why? Because there are 12 players in year 1 who also, no wait, not 12 upon 50, 12 upon the total number of students in the college, which is equal to, sorry, not 12 upon 150. अच्छा year 2 में कितने हैं? 24 plus 18 plus 28. That's equal to 70. Total हमें कहीं दिया हुआ नहीं है ना सवाल में? Okay, दिया हुआ है, brilliant. 120. Okay, so that means the probability of x intersection n is equal to 12 upon 120. Why? Because there are 12 students who happen to be in year 1 and also happen to play netball. ठीक है. Now what's the probability of x? The probability of x means all the students who are in year 1, that's equal to 50. So 50 upon 120. Multiplied by the probability of n. N means all the students who play netball, that's equal to 40 upon 120. ठीक हो गया? Okay, now इसको solve करते हैं. This is definitely not going to hold up. Okay, it's quite clear that it's not going to hold up. Now because it's not holding up, so we will put a not equal to sign and we will say not independent. ठीक हो गया? Okay, now one of the students who plays netball takes 8 shots at goal. On each shot, the probability that she will succeed is 0.15. अच्छा ये जो है ये binomial आ गया, इसको बाद में देखेंगे. ठीक है. अभी एक काम करते हैं, एक probability का question मैं और करा देता हूँ आप लोगों को, which has a bit of okay, let's do this. This is a good probability question. Let's see what it says. It says Rahul has 2 bags, X and Y. Bag X contains 4 red marbles, bag 2 blue marbles, and bag Y contains 3 red marbles and 4 blue marbles. Rahul also has a coin which is biased, so that the probability of obtaining a head when it is thrown is 1 upon 4. Rahul throws the coin. Okay. If he obtains a head, he chooses at random from bag X. He notes the color and replaces the marble in bag X. He then chooses at random a second marble from bag X. So that means अगर head आएगा तो bag X में से निकालेगा, color देखेगा, वापस डाल देगा. ठीक है? If he obtains a tail, he chooses at random from bag Y. He notes the color and discards the marble. So that means if he gets a tail, he will choose from bag Y and he will also discard the marble. So the thing about probability is, if you're lucky, okay, if you're extremely, extremely lucky, you will get a pretty straightforward question like this. But if you're not lucky, then expect something like this. Okay, so irrespective, just make sure that you're reading the question very, very carefully. Acha, up the question says, find out the probability that the 2 marbles that Rahul chooses are the same color. Now look at the amount of space that you're given. Why are you given so much space? Because it will come in handy to make a tree diagram, because there's so much going on in the question, so it will come in handy if you make a tree diagram. Acha, ab story start kaise ho rahi hai? The story starts first of all by tossing a coin. Okay, so this is the coin that he tosses. The probability of getting a heads is 1 upon 4. The probability of getting a tails is 3 upon 4. Now when he gets a head, he will choose from bag X. Okay, not only once, in fact, he will do it twice, and he will replace the bag, replace whatever it is that comes out of it. What is it? Is the marble? Yeah. Achha, what are the contents of bag X? It's 4 red and 2 blue. So that means the probability of getting a blue marble from bag X will be 4 upon 6. Probability of getting red will be 2 upon 6. ठीक है? अच्छा, अब If he takes blue, remember he will see the color and then he will discard it. If it's red, same story applies. Okay, so once again, he will look at the color discarded, look at the color discarded, 4.6, 2.6. ठीक है, because tree diagram मांगा हुआ नहीं है तो इसलिए मैं roughly बना रहा हूँ because it will come in handy for us to do the calculations. But if he gets a tail, then the story is slightly more complicated. Achha, what are the contents of bag Y? Bag Y contains 3 red and 4 blue. So 3 red and 4 blue, that means the probability of red is 3 upon 7. The probability of blue is 4.7. If he gets a red marble, he will choose again, but he will not replace it. So that means now the probability of taking out red will be 2 upon 6. And the probability of taking out blue will be 4.6. And same goes for blue. If he takes out a blue marble, the probability of taking out blue will be 3 upon 6. And the probability of taking out red will be 3 upon 6 as well. Okay? Tree diagram was not asked for. Reason why we did it is so that we can get the correct answer. Find the probability that the two marbles that Rahul chooses are the same color. Now, how many ways can that happen? It's a 3-mark question. That can happen multiple ways. He gets a head on the coin. Okay. Then there is blue and blue. Or he gets a head on the coin and then there is red and red. Okay. Or he gets a tail on the coin and then there is blue and blue. अच्छा ओके, ये मैंने उल्टा कर दिया, ये रेड है और वो ब्लू है. ठीक है, आई एम श्योर आप लोग सोच रहे होंगे 4 red and 2 blue. So this is red, this is blue, this is red, this is blue, red, blue. ठीक है, y का देख लेते हैं. All good? Yeah. So tail blue blue or it could be tail red red. ठीक है, अब मैं इसकी सिर्फ working लिख के ना, I will write down the final answer. ठीक है, so I'll just write down the working and I will then write down the final answer. Just a minute. मैं इसका final answer ज़रा अपने सामने खोल लूँ. Okay. एक second हाँ. So, head blue blue, पहले ये लिख लेते हैं. Head blue blue will be 1 upon 4. Okay, 1 upon 4 into 2 upon 6 into 2 upon 6. ठीक है, 1 upon 4 into 2 upon 6 into 2 upon 6. Plus head red red, which means 1 upon 4 into 4 upon 6 into 4 upon 6. Plus tail blue blue. So that would be 3 upon 4 into 4 upon 7 into 3 upon 6. ठीक हो गया. Plus tail red red, that would be 3 upon 4 into 3 upon 7 into 2 upon 6. ठीक है, tree diagram बनाना ज़रूरी नहीं है, but you will find it in the examiner report that the examiner will encourage you to make a tree diagram because it helps you understand the question better. Simple as that. No other reason. So the answer is 29 upon 63. Okay, that's the final answer. You can do the calculation yourself. I'm just writing the final answer to save some time. Okay, now let's see part B. Part B says, find the probability that the two marbles that Rahul chooses are both from bag Y, given that both marbles are blue. Okay, so that means we need to find out the probability that the two marbles that he will choose are both from bag Y. Now remember, when does he get bag Y? He will get bag Y if there is a tails. Okay, so that means he should get tails and he should get blue marbles from both the bag. Okay? You can either write it like this or you can say that Y intersection BB. Okay? Now, what is the probability that he gets bag Y and the two marbles turn out to be blue? That is if he gets tails. Okay, and we've already worked that out. That's right here. Okay, that's right here in the numerator. So this would be, sorry, not tails given pp. ठीक है, पहले तो ये लिखेंगे, or bag y given pp. अच्छा, अब this means that, or this means that he gets a tails and both the marbles are blue, divided by the probability that both marbles are blue. Okay, so that means as far as both marbles are blue are concerned, that can happen anywhere, whether they're coming from bag X or whether they're coming from bag Y, doesn't matter. So this is the numerator, that he gets a tails and both the marbles are blue. Now as far as the denominator is concerned, how many ways can he get two marbles? This can happen two ways. He either gets a head on the coin and both the marbles turn out to be blue. There you go. Or means plus, he gets a tails and both marbles turn out to be blue, which we've already worked out in the numerator. Okay? There you go. Okay, and you'll work this out, you'll get your answer. Simple as that. Okay, not simple as that. I know there's a lot of working involved. मुझे लगता है मेरा AC खराब हो गया. Just a second. Okay. Now there are some other questions that I've taken of probability, but I just realized that this is a question that I already solved in the probability stream that I did recently, so you can check it out from there. Okay, I'm not going to solve this again, but ये एक important सवाल था जो मुझे solve कराना था. I hope you've understood it. Now let me know if you have any questions. I'll enable the chat. Let me know अगर आपका कोई सवाल है. सर S1 आज से करें तो A आ जाएगा? बिल्कुल, अब तो आपको 10x पे करना पड़ेगा बेटा, अगर आप आज से कर रहे हैं तो. Recap बेटा, recap के लिए तो वापस से देख लो. Okay, if you want to recap, just watch that part of the stream again. बेटा फ्रेडी वाला ये क्वेश्चन मैं करा चुका हूँ, मैं probability की stream में ना ये क्वेश्चन करा चुका हूँ, so no point in doing it again. How will we know that we are supposed to make a tree diagram? That's a good question. If there are so many possibilities in a question, and you think that a tree diagram will help you, let me tell you, a tree diagram will always help you. Okay, a tree diagram will always help you. So it's a good idea to make a tree diagram. Okay. Achha, so probability done. Now let's move on to discrete random variable. Okay. Okay. Now, reason why we call AdMath streams, inshallah, will start from tomorrow. Okay. Break already? How long has it been? Okay, we're nearly at the 3-hour mark. चलो discrete random variable कर लेते हैं, फिर break ले लेंगे. ठीक है, because उसके बाद फिर binomial है, geometric है, normal है, उसमें ज़्यादा time लगेगा, फिर end में permutation combination. अच्छा, permutation combination के मैं अभी से बता दूँ, I'm not going to be going through all the concepts because there are so many. We're just going to solve a few questions, okay? We're just going to solve some past paper questions that I've taken out, some from February, March, some from October, November. नमाज break मैं आप लोगों को 8:55 पे दे दूँगा. ठीक है? Okay, now, discrete random variable. One that can only take a number of countable distinct values such as 0, 1, 2. For example, the number of heads or tails when flipping a coin is a discrete random variable. Why? Because you will either get 0 heads, 1 heads, 2 heads, 3 heads. Okay? You will not get 0.5, 1.5, 2.5, stuff like that. Okay? Now, number of trials are fixed. That means a number of coin, if it's tossed, it's going to be tossed a fixed number of times. A die will be rolled a fixed number of times, and the number of, if you're taking out some marbles, some balls, that will also be fixed. Now, probability distribution table is to find probability. So, for example, if a coin is tossed 3 times and you're asked to draw a probability distribution table for the number of times head is obtained. So, if you're tossing it 3 times, it's possible that you get 0 heads, 1 heads, 2 heads, 3 heads. Okay, and then you will find out the respective probabilities. Can you explain why order is not counted? The order is not counted if you are tossing them at once. Okay, if you're just tossing them once or if you're throwing all of them at once, that is when order is not counted. Okay, now some important formulas. Remember that the sum of all the probabilities is equal to 1, irrespective of whether it's discrete random variable, binomial, normal, geometric, sum of all probabilities remains 1. Okay, then what about the mean? The mean is basically summation x multiplied by its respective probability. When we get to a question, we'll learn, and this is a formula that's given in the formula sheet. Now variance is, the formula for variance is summation x squared multiplied by its probability minus the mean squared. Okay? Class kitni lambi hogi, but as long as it takes to cover all the concepts. Okay? Simple as that. Now some questions, a fair 6-sided die has the numbers 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3 on its faces. The die is rolled twice. The random variable x denotes the sum of the two numbers obtained. Draw up the probability distribution table for x. Okay, so here we have all the x values. Okay, we're adding them up. So we can see all the outcomes. The outcomes are either 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So we'll right, these are all the discrete possible outcomes, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here we will write down their respective probabilities. So if you want to find out the probability of 2, that is the number of time 2 occurs divided by the total outcomes, which is 36. ठीक है? Now, and same goes for the rest of the values also. Now, if you want to find out the expected value of x, here's what you have to do. The score multiplied by the respective probability, plus score multiplied by the probability, plus the score multiplied by the probability, plus the score multiplied by the probability. Can I draw the diagram in pencil? Beta, you are supposed to make the diagram in pencil. Okay? All right. Then for variance you will take the square of the scores multiplied by the respective probability. Here are the squares. So squares multiplied by the respective probability. And then in the end, you will subtract the square of the mean. ठीक हो गया? Okay, another very simple example question. Acha, I want to do those questions where we have to consider different orders. Okay, wait a minute. वैसे एक क्वेश्चन वैसे मैंने मॉक में भी दिया था, एक क्वेश्चन मैंने निकाला हुआ भी है इन द वर्कशीट. नहीं, ये क्या आ गया? P1 आ गया. Let's solve that. I've taken out a question for discrete random variable also. Let's solve that. Okay, here, this is the question from February-March 2025. Okay? Pay attention. Let's see what this says. Jacob throws 3 coins at the same time. The first coin is biased so that the probability of obtaining a head when it is thrown is 1 upon 3. Achha, I'm just going to solve this question, and then after this question we will take a break. Okay? The second coin is biased so that the probability of obtaining a head when it is thrown is 1 upon 4. The third coin is also biased so that the probability of obtaining a head when it is thrown is 1 upon 5. Okay, so good idea in questions like these is that you first write down all the coins with their respective probabilities. Okay, so this is something that I would recommend. Achha, just a second. मैं एक second देना. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Show that probability of x equals to 2 is equals to 3 upon 20. Now there are 3 coins, A, B, and C. I've called them A, B, and C. The question hasn't. Okay, here's the probability of head, here's the probability of tails. Now as far as A is concerned, the probability, you can make this, you can write down the coins horizontally, you can write down the coins vertically. It's really up to you how you do it. Okay, so as far as coin A is concerned, in fact, a काम करते हैं. Let's just draw it vertically. So this is A, B, C, okay, head and tails. Okay, you can make it the other way around. This is the way that I like it basically. So probability of obtaining a head from coin is 1 upon 3, so that means tail is 2 upon 3. 1 upon 4, so that means tails is 3 upon 4. 1 upon 5, so that means tails is 4 upon 5. Now you want to find out the probability of getting 2 heads. Now here are the 3 coins, A, B, and C, and you want to find out the probability of getting 2 heads. Now one way that can happen is that A brings a heads, B also brings a heads, and C brings a tails. Okay, now what would be the probability of that? That would be basically head, head, tail. So 1 upon 3 into 1 upon 4 into 4 upon 5. Acha, why are we not considering different orders? Why are we going to stick to one order? This is the reason. Because he throws 3 coins at the same time, so that means stick to one order only. However, we have to consider different outcomes. Okay, so one coin will not always show one outcome. It can show head or tails. But so we have to consider that. Okay. So another way of getting exactly one heads is if A, or exactly two heads, is if A brings a heads, B is the one that brings the tails, and C brings the heads. Okay, so what would be the probability of that? The probability of getting a heads from coin A, that's 1 upon 3. Tails from coin B, that's 3 upon 4. And then heads once again from coin C, so that's 1 upon 5. ठीक है, इसको निकालते भी रहते हैं साथ साथ. So this is 4 upon 60. This is 3 upon 60. Now, I honestly don't know why this is a 1 mark question. I think it should have been more. But the third and the final way is that if A brings a tail, B brings a heads, and C also brings a heads. Okay, because normally questions like these are at least 2 marks. But this is a 1 mark question. I don't understand why. So the probability of A bringing a heads is 2 upon 3. The probability of A bringing tails is 2 upon 3. Then heads and heads. So 1 upon 4 and 1 upon 5, which is equal to 2 upon 60. Now let's add them up. So 2 plus 3 is 5. 5 plus 4 is 9. So 9 upon 60. Can we simplify this? Yes, we can using the table of 3. So 3 3s are and 3 20s are. There you go. Draw up the probability table, a probability distribution table for X. Okay. Now, when you're drawing a probability table distribution, be smart. Find out the easier ones. Okay. For the difficult one, subtract from 1. So here's X, and here is the probability of X being equal to X. Now, how many heads can we get? We can get 0 heads. Okay. There's only one way that can happen. We can get 1 head. Okay. Since there are 3 coins, that means the number of heads will oscillate between 0 and 3. Okay, so we've already worked out the probability of getting 3 heads, which is equal to 2 heads, sorry, which is equal to 3 upon 20. Now let's find out the probability of getting 0 heads. Okay, so what would that be equal to? Let's see. So the probability of getting 0 heads would be if A brings a tails, B brings a tails, and C brings a tails. Okay, no need to consider different orders because he throws 3 coins at the same time. So the probability of getting tails from A is 2 upon 3 into 3 upon 4 into 4 upon 5. 2 upon 3 into 3 upon 4 into 4 upon 5. That's 12. 12 times 2 is 24. 24 upon 60. So I better use a calculator. 24 divided by 60. That's equal to 2 upon 5. Okay. Whether you want to write down the simplified version or whether you want to write down the unsimplified version, that's up to you. Now, finding out 1 heads will be challenging, so I'm not going to do that. Instead, what I will do is I will find out the probability of getting 3 heads. Okay, which means A per heads, B per heads, and C also gives a head. So that would be 1 upon 3 into 1 upon 4 into 1 upon 5. 1 upon 3 into 1 upon 4 into 1 upon 5, which would be equal to 1 upon 60. Now to find out, this is 3 heads. To find out the probability of getting 1 heads, add them up. 2 divided by 5 plus 3 upon 20 plus 1 upon 60. Subtract the answer from 1. So you get 13 upon 30. Okay, this is from Feb-March 2025, the most recent paper, as recent as it gets. And let me make sure that I've done it correctly. Yep, 13 upon 20, 3 upon 20, 1 upon 60, 2 upon 5. Okay, all good. Okay, then you have to find out, you're given E of X and you're supposed to find out the variance. So I'll just do some working for it. So 0 squared into 2 upon 5 plus 1 squared into its probability, that's 13 upon 20, plus 2 squared into 3 upon 20 plus 3 squared into 1 upon 60. Okay, and then from this, subtract the square of the mean, which is 47 upon 60, the whole thing squared. That will give you the variance. ठीक है, although कभी मांगा नहीं है, लेकिन कभी अगर इसका standard deviation मांग लें, so don't freak out. Just take the square root of it, or square root of variance, that will be your answer. ठीक है? Okay, so as far as discrete random variable is concerned, that's all there is. No need to do a lot of questions. ठीक है? This is the tricky part. The rest of it is easy. So let me know if you have any questions, because I'm about to take a break. So in binomial distribution, when I calculate the value using x minus mean upon standard deviation, what DP should I write? Take it correct to 3 decimal places because that is till when you can find out the probability. Would you recommend going to past paper error tomorrow morning? The paper is in PM. Yeah, just go over the notes, go over the errors that you've made, go over the past paper questions, past papers that you've solved already. I wouldn't recommend more than that. If 3 coins are thrown each, what's that? Each once, what will we do? Just exactly what I've done here. पार्ट सी का कॉन्सेप्ट समझाते हैं बेटा कॉन्सेप्ट समझने का अभी टाइम नहीं है अभी आपसे फॉर्मूलाज याद कर लें ठीक है कॉन्सेप्ट अगर आपको बहुत शौक आ रहा है पढ़ने का तो आप पेपर के बाद पढ़ लीजिएगा ठीक है नाउ इज़ नॉट द टाइम टू डाइव इनटू द बैकग्राउंड ऑफ एवरीथिंग जस्ट मेमोराइज द कॉन्सेप्ट मेमोराइज द फॉर्मूला यू गुड टू गो सर कैन यू प्लीज़ एक्सप्लेन द रूलिंग ऑन सिग्निफिकेंट आई थिंक कोई 100 सवाल तो आए होंगे सिग्निफिकेंट फिगर्स के सर प्लीज़ डू अक्टूबर नवंबर 2024 इट्स ऑफ दिस टॉपिक let me see if I've already added that to the PDF. If I have, I'll do it. Otherwise, I won't. So if you throw 3 dice at the same time, how to manage the sum of the large calculation? Why not 3 factorial upon 2 factorial? Because we're not considering orders. Okay, we're not considering orders because you're only throwing them once. If you throw them repeatedly, that is when you consider different orders. Okay. And the reason why we cannot do 3 factorial upon 2 factorial, understand this. Reason why we cannot do 3 factorial upon 2 factorial is because the probabilities are not the same. The probabilities are different. If let's say the probabilities were the same, we could have done that. But the probabilities are different, so we can't do that. ठीक है अब थोड़ा ब्रेक लेते हैं क्या ख्याल है थोड़ा ब्रेक लेते हैं Sir, 13 upon 30 when one head is obtained. Yeah, 13 upon, अच्छा 13 upon 20 है या 13 upon 30 है 13 upon 30 ही है it's not 13 upon 20 it's 13 upon 30 ठीक है चलें let's take a break let's take a 15-minute break उसके बाद inshallah we're going to do binomial which is not going to take very long we're going to do geometric distribution so we're just going to straight up do past paper questions of that not going to take very long and yeah that's it ठीक है so see you guys in 15 minutes so I'm going to disable the chat या चलो I'll keep the chat open आप लोग आपस में बातें करें बस लड़िएगा मत ठीक है and please don't talk about leaks so see you guys in 15 minutes Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back. Did I miss anything? It's too late to start using a calculator. You're not. Yeah, I completely agree. Please don't switch calculators right now. This is not the time. If you are switching, then don't make that your primary calculator. Take two calculators. One is the one that you're used to, and the other is the one that you are switching to. If you don't toss the coins at the same time, will we consider the order? Yes, you will. ठीक है, बट ऐसा होता नहीं है, सारे कॉइन्स हमेशा एक ही टाइम पे फेंके जाते हैं. एंड द रीज़न वाई वी सिंपली डोंट डू फैक्टोरियल इज़ बिकॉज द प्रॉबिलिटीज़ आर डिफरेंट. Sir, can you do, if it's included, then I'll do it. Okay. Anyway, so we're done with discrete random variable. ठीक है, अब binomial, geometric and normal में hopefully इतना time नहीं लगेगा. ठीक है. Do we only need to adjust? So when asked to get maximum interquartile range, should we use continuity corrected values or original? देखो, अगर आपको maximum interquartile range चाहिए है, तो आप it shouldn't make a difference. It shouldn't make a difference whether you use the original ones, because if you use them after making them continuous, तो दोनों 0.5 से बढ़ जाएंगी, तो आपका नेट रिजल्ट तो वही होगा. देखो, उसमें यकीनन लिखा होगा कि 3 coins are tossed, or maybe the question said not at the same time, but 3 coins are thrown once. Okay? सर आपने मेरा सवाल इग्नोर कर दिया. बेटा, रोने के बजाय वो सवाल दोबारा भेज दिया करो ना, ताकि मुझे ढूंढना ना पड़े. नहीं, पूरा रोना भी है, सवाल भी पूछना है. कहाँ है साहब का सवाल? अब्दुल्ला ओके, ये आ गया. अच्छा, दोबारा भेज दिया आपने. चलें, बहुत अच्छा किया आपने. Do we only need to adjust disconnected groups for cumulative frequency curve histograms for mean? No, for mean variance also you do adjust. Okay, the only time you don't adjust for mean and variance if the data is not starting from 0. Okay, that if you don't adjust, you still get the same answer. But अगर 0 से start हो रहा है, तो फिर आपने adjust करना ही होता है, because you don't subtract from 0, so that's why your midpoint turns out to be different. Okay, so to be on the safe side, just always adjust. That's what I would recommend. Okay, now let's go over binomial. Binomial should not take us very long. First, let's go over the conditions to apply binomial. Sir, PDF की key share करेंगे? ठीक है, मैं share कर दूंगा. Once I'm done with the stream, I'll upload the solved PDF also. Okay. Should we shade in histogram to make them visible? No. I mean, if you want to do it, go ahead. But even if you don't do it, that's perfectly all right. All right. Now, what are the conditions to apply binomial distribution? Number 1, you should have a fixed number of trials. Meaning that if the 5 objects are drawn at random, or maybe a die is rolled 5 times, there must be only 2 possible outcomes. Okay, so if there are more than 2 outcomes, then we group them into 2. Like for example, if there is win, you're interested in finding out the number of games the specific team wins, then that means okay, that reminds me of that win and learn joke. So what we'll do is we will turn it into win and not win. Okay? And if, let's say, you're interested in finding out if red is the favorable outcome, so that means every other color becomes the unfavorable outcome. Similarly, if not late is the favorable outcome, so that means early on time, they're both considered not late, and the other late is the unfavorable outcome. Okay. Now, these are the conditions to apply binomial distribution. Each outcome must be independent of the other. Probability of one event should not affect the probability of the other event. Okay. So like, for example, if you toss a coin, no matter how many times you toss a coin, the probability of the next outcome is not dependent of what you have ended up previously. Probability of favorable outcome and unfavorable outcome should be fixed. P plus Q is equals to 1. There you go. Trials must not be more than 30. What happens when trials are more than 30? We all know what happens. We convert binomial to normal, which we'll go over. Okay, now remember some rules. At least or का मतलब होता है greater than or equal to. At most or not more than means lesser than or equal to. More than or greater than means greater than. Lesser than, fewer than means lesser than. Okay, so these are opposites. Keep that in mind. Now some past paper questions which I will solve from the PDF that I've taken. Binomial. Okay. Achha, I've also included these not very often tested concepts, which we will go over. Okay, one question I solved in the, I think there was a question in the mock also, but I wanted to include this because it's not something that we end up paying a lot of attention to because it's not tested very often, and who knows, this may be tested tomorrow. Not a guest paper by any means, you guys know I don't do that, but in case it comes, so do let me know so I can feel good. Achha, just a minute. I'll open up. अच्छा, बाइनोमियल भी बाय द वे आप अपने कैलकुलेटर में कर सकते हैं, ठीक है. अगर आपके कैलकुलेटर में नहीं है वो फीचर तो प्लीज़ डोंट स्टार्ट क्राइंग अबाउट इट. यू हैव बीन डूइंग इट विदाउट अ कैलकुलेटर थ्रू आउट, ठीक है. इट्स एन एडेड बोनस इफ़ यू लर्न हाउ टू डू इट यूजिंग योर कैलकुलेटर. इफ़ इट्स नॉट इन योर कैलकुलेटर देयर इज नथिंग टू वरी अबाउट, ठीक है. सो हियर्स हाउ दिस वर्क्स. I will explain how to do it in your calculator, but I'm going to be honest, I'm a bit rusty on it. It's something that I haven't practiced enough, so expect a few fumbles. Anand has designed a new logo for a sportswear company. A survey of a large number of customers found that 42% of the customers rated the logo as good. A random sample of 10 customers is chosen. So immediately you can see that this is pointing towards binomial distribution. Find the probability that fewer than 8 of them rate the logo as good. So that means we need to find out the probability that x is less than 8. Now, less than 8 means 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So that's going to take forever, okay? So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to do 1 minus the opposite, which would be greater than or equal to 8. Okay, greater than or equal to 8 nikalna is much easier. You would do you would do 10C8, 0.42. That's the favorable outcome. P is 0.42. Okay, so Q क्या हो जाएगा? Q हो जाएगा आपका 0.6858, 0.58. ठीक है? So raised to the power of 8 and 0.58 raised to the power of 2. Achha, please utilize the space efficiently. Start from the leftmost side. Plus 10C9, 0.42 raised to the power of 9 and 0.58 raised to the power of 1. Plus 10C10, 0.42 raised to the power of 10 and 0.58 raised to the power of 0. Okay, which you can totally ignore because ultimately it's going to be 1. ठीक है. अच्छा, अब ये आपने कर लेना है. 1 by 1 करें directly. If you're doing it 1 by 1, so my suggestion would be that you write down the probability of each of this outcome at least correct to 5 significant figures. Then when you add them up, subtract from 1, you get to the final answer, write it correct to 3 significant figures. So the final answer is 0.983. Okay, so what's the key takeaway here? The key takeaway is that the number of trials were fixed, which pointed towards the fact that this is binomial distribution. And fewer than 8, we can't work it out, so instead we will find out the opposite and subtract from 1. अब इसको कैलकुलेटर में कैसे करते हैं ये भी देख लें. A bit of a disclaimer, I'm a bit rusty, so please expect some fumbles. Now, make sure that you reset your calculator. In tomorrow's exam also, when you start, before you start, make sure that you reset your calculator, okay? Now, I'm only telling you how to do it in this very specific calculator. If you don't have this calculator, then just Google the model number of your calculator, write binomial, and you'll probably learn how it's done. So you go into distribution, okay? Achha, notice you will have binomial PD and you will have binomial CD. CD is cumulative. I haven't had the chance to explore how this works. Okay, I'm going to go into binomial PD, which is binomial probability distribution. ठीक है. अच्छा, पहले हम अपने variables को define कर लेते हैं. ठीक है. So what are the variables? Let's go on to that. 2. अच्छा, x को हमने कहाँ से start करना है? x को हमने start करना है 8 से, because हमें चाहिए 8, 9 and 10. So I'm just going to write 8 here. n is the number of trials, which is 10, and p is 0.42. ठीक है. अच्छा, फिर क्या करते हैं? Like I said, I'm a bit rusty. अच्छा, फिर I think you go on to, okay, now what you do is you go on to menu again, you go on to distribution, you go on to binomial probability distribution, and then you go on to list. Okay, so what do you want? You want the probability when x is 8, you want the probability when x is 9, you want the probability when x is 10. Okay, let's see if that works. Okay, I told you guys I'm a bit rusty in this. Okay, let's give it one more time. If it works, then great. If it doesn't, then just Google a video on it. You will find it. Because मैंने भी एक वीडियो से ही देखा था, मैं भूल गया हूँ कि किस तरह से करते हैं. अच्छा, पहले वेरिएबल पे जाते हैं, फिर हम लिखते हैं क्या, n लिख लेते हैं. That's 10. Let's write down the probability of the fable outcome. That's equal to 0.42. ठीक है. अच्छा, फिर वापस distribution, binomial, list. Oops. ओके, forget about it. ठीक है, मैंने एक वीडियो में देखा था, मुझे याद नहीं आ रहा, या एक सेकंड देखो. Let me just see if that video is open here. Okay, I'm gonna give it one more try. If it works, that's great. If it doesn't, then please find some other video on it. So let's go on to distribution. Let's go on to binomial. First, I guess let's make the list. ठीक है, just a minute, हाँ मैं ज़रा एक second confirm कर लूँ. So you go on to binomial. Okay, it should work. Okay, समझ गया. All right, so let's reset it. Let's give it one last try. If it works, then great. Otherwise, just watch some other video on it. ठीक है. My apologies for stalling you guys. Okay, go on to distribution, go on to binomial, go on to variable. First, let's fix the variables. X को हम 8 कर देते हैं, n को हम 10 कर देते हैं, और इसको हम p को हम क्या कर देते हैं 0.42. ठीक है. अच्छा, फिर we go back to distribution. Okay, we go on to binomial probability distribution. ठीक है, we go on to list. ठीक है, now we want the outcome of, we basically want the probability for 8. Okay, when the fable outcome is 8, we want it for 9 and we want it for 10. So I guess you just have to press the equals to sign. ठीक है, इसको हमें वही रखना है. N is 10, that's the number of trials. P is 0.42, that is the probability of fable outcome. Press equals to. Okay, now you basically have all these probabilities. Okay, remember, what are you going to use this for? You're going to use this to check your answer. You know that this probability is equals to 0.014658, correct to 5 significant figures because it's not the final answer. This is equal to, इसको हम अगर exact values की निकालना चाहें, so that would be equal to 0.0023587, correct to 3 significant figures. And then this would be equal to 0.0010001700801. ठीक है, I will suggest that you practice this. ठीक है, practice it a few more times before you actually decided to use in the exam. So there is also another hack which I will explain to you guys. You can actually save these values. Okay, so instead of writing them down, you can actually save these values. How do you do that? Here's how you save these values. So press this key, store. Okay, press A, Okay, so store and, no, wait a minute, store क्यों नहीं कर रहा? It should store. Khair. Okay, so let's not waste time on it. This is how you do it. I would suggest you practice it a couple of more times before you use it in the exam. Okay, it should store. Maybe it's not doing it. Okay, khair. Anyway, let's not waste time on it. Sorry, guys. Acha, part 2 kar lete hain. Part 2 says, on another occasion, a random sample of n customers of the company is chosen. Find the smallest value of n for which the probability that at least one person rates the logo as good is greater than 0.995. Okay, so like I said, this is a concept that's not tested too often, but I still decided to include it because you never know. Paper mein aa jaye and we don't get enough practice of this. So it says, find the smallest value of n for which the probability that at least one person rates the logo as good is greater than 0.995. So that means the probability that x is greater than or equal to 1, because it says at least 1, is greater than 0.995. Okay? Now we can't find greater than 1 because we don't know how many trials we're talking about. We're talking about n customers, so it could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't know what n is. Okay, so we'll have to basically do the opposite of it. So we'll do 1 minus the probability of x being less than 1, which basically means 0. Okay, less than 1 basically means probability of 0 people rating the logo as good is equal to 0.995, obviously after subtracting from 1. So that means NC0. And then what's the probability of rating it good? That's 0.42 raised to the power of n, and 0.58 raised to the power of 0 is less than 0.995. Okay, now what's 1 minus 0.995? 1 minus 0.995, that's equal to 0.005. Okay, I do not suggest that you use logs here because it makes it complicated, especially with the whole minus sign, inequality sign flipping. NC0 is 1, 0.58 raised to the power 0 is 1, and this is equal to 0.42 raised to the power of n. 0.42 raised to the power of n is greater than 0.005. Now we want the smallest possible value of n for which this holds up. Okay, so for that we'll take 0.42, let's raise it to the power of 8. Let's see if that gives the answer. Now we want the end result to be 0.005. This gives us 0.00968. So that means it's still not there. So let's increase it. Let's raise it to the power of 9. So press shift. Achha, by the way, in case you're wondering how I'm converting this from standard form to normal, so I'm pressing shift and then this ENG key. So you'll have to do that multiple times. Keep doing it till you get this. Okay, so what do we get? We get, this has to be greater than 0.005. Now this is still not greater than. Let's try and do another value. Let's see, 0.42 raised to the power of 10. Let's see if that helps. So is this greater than? Let's see. Yeah, I think this holds up. 0.00. No, wait a minute. Is, oh, मैंने inequality sign ही flip कर दिया. Sorry, my bad. It said greater than, I accidentally made it lesser than. ठीक है. So it said greater than. So this is supposed to be still greater than. इधर भी greater than होगा और इधर less than होगा. ठीक है. So we want the first value when it's less than 0.005. So when you use 8, so at 8, let's see what do we get. 0.42 raised to the power of 8. Reason why I'm not using logs here is because अगर आप log use करोगे तो हर किसी को logs नहीं आता होगा. ठीक है. So at 8 you can see that it's not. If you use 8, so you can see that at 8 it's not less than 0.005. But if you use 9, so 9 is the first value at which you get the result which is less than 0.005. So that means the smallest value of n is equals to 9. You can show a bit of trial and error. In fact, do show a bit of trial and error. Okay, 8 देके क्या value आ रही है वो दिखा दो, 7 लेके क्या value आ रही है वो दिखा दो, and then use 9 and see what value you're getting and then write it as your final answer. ठीक है? So as far as binomial distribution is concerned, there's not a lot, so I'm going to keep binomial here only. I will move on to geometric distribution. So geometric distribution से कराने से पहले if you have any questions please let's go over it. And in the meantime मैं ज़रा binomial check कर लूँ कि ये क्यों नहीं काम कर रहा. It should work. 8, 9, 10. N is 10, 0.42. Achha, in my physical calculator, it is storing the values. Store it to P, it is storing them. See, that's the problem. That's the reason why I don't recommend using logs. Okay, that's the reason why I don't recommend that you use logs, because no, answer is not 7, answer is 10. Answer is, no, wait a minute, answer is 10. Yeah, you're right, answer is not correct. Oh, sorry. Okay, let me go over this again. Sorry, I messed up. So basically, favorable outcome हमारी 0.42 है, उस पे power 0 आएगी और 0.58 पे power n आएगी. Okay, my bad. So this would be NC0, 0.42 raised to the power of 0, 0.58 raised to the power of n, which is greater than 0.995. ठीक है. Sorry, my bad. So what do you get? 0.005 is greater than, NC0 becomes 1, 0.42 becomes 1, and this is 0.58 raised to the power of n. So this will now be 0.58 raised to the power of n, which is less than 0.005. ठीक है, sorry, my bad. अच्छा आप लोगों ने point out कर दिया. So 0.58. इसको जब हम raise करेंगे to the power of 8, this is what we get. Now this is not less than 0.005. If I raise it to the power of 9, we are close to 0.005, but it's still not less than. And then when we raise it to the power of 10, let's see, what do we get? We get 0.004, so n is equals to 10. Okay, there you go. Okay, the reason why the sign didn't flip is because I did not multiply both sides by minus. I just took this across the equals to sign and I took this across the equals to sign. So no need to flip the sign. And then I just rewrote the whole thing, writing 0.58 first and 0.005 after. So if 0.005 is greater than 0.58 raised to the power of n, that means 0.58 to the power of n should be less than 0.005. Okay, so this is the correct answer. My apologies, मैंने वो P and Q को mess up कर दिया. But this is the correct answer. Why 1 minus? Because we're finding the opposite. The question says at least 1. We can't do that. Okay, so we will then use, we will then do the opposite. And the reason why we're doing that's the reason why we're subtracting from 1. So देखो अगर आपने logs use करना है ना, चलो मैं कर देता हूँ logs use. So it's going to be LG 0.58 raised to the power of n, which is less than LG 0.005. The only thing that you have to watch out for is if they're both positive or negative. So LG 0.58 is less than LG 0.005. Okay, so let's work this out. LG, you can use ln, that's perfectly acceptable. So LG 0.005, this is negative. Okay, and LG 0.58, this is also negative. Okay, so that means in the end, you're looking for n to be greater than LG 0.005 over LG 0.58. Okay, because they're both negative, and when you cross out the two negatives, the sign flips. So this is how you will do it using logs. Okay. For binomial, okay, like I said, the binomial stuff in my calculator is a little rusty. Okay, so find some other video on it online and learn it from there. Guys, be fast. Acha, what is it that you have to say, sir? For box and whisker comparisons, can we write? Yeah, as long as it makes sense, go ahead. No, obviously you will not leave your answer like that. You will find out the value, which turns out to be 9.27 something, and then you will write down the final answer, which is equal to 10. Okay, so obviously you will not leave your answer like this. You will find out the value that n is greater than 9.27, and then you will turn it into 10. ठीक हो गया? Okay, now, this question you guys can solve yourself. Now let's move over to geometric distribution. Sir, can we use summation function calculator to find some multiple binomial? Try it out. Try it out. I'm not familiar with those functions, okay, but I will inshallah work on them for next year. And but at the moment I'm not too familiar, so try it out. There are plenty of videos that you can watch. Okay, now let's do geometric distribution. Now, dinner break? नहीं हम 10:30 तक टॉप्स हम इसको एंड कर देंगे. YouTube channel, the calculator guide for normal, and my notes are already uploaded on the website mathletebysart.com. What if one LG is negative the other side? That's not possible. If let's say that is where n is, then still you will change the sign. ठीक है, वैसे ऐसा हो नहीं सकता. एक साइड पे नेगेटिव होगा, so that means the value of n will turn out to be negative, which is obviously not possible. Alright, so chat is disabled now. Achha, so geometric distribution. This is something that was added in 2020. Now the number of trials are not fixed and they continue until the desired outcome is obtained. Okay, so look for until a head is obtained, or look for until a 6 is obtained, or look for until a certain outcome is obtained for the first time. Okay, look for that. Once again, probability of success and failure is fixed. Now how do you calculate the mean? Mean is average number of trials needed to obtain the desired outcome, which is basically 1 upon the probability of the favorable outcome. For first success to occur on the rth trial, r minus 1 trials must fail. So for example, again, a crude example, but it's the one that hits. If let's say it takes you 5 attempts to pass a test for the first time, so that means the first 4 attempts must have resulted in failure. Okay? I mean, this is an example that I give just so that you remember it. Okay? All right. Now, some very basic stuff. This is what I was doing when I was teaching the topic. So let's skip this. Let's skip this. Okay. Some standard rules. Some standard rules that if you can sort of use your common sense and figure out those standard rules there and then, that's great. If not, then just memorize them. And in the paper, as soon as you get the question paper, write it down immediately so you don't forget. Okay, so we'll do some examples. I've taken out some examples of geometric distribution. It's very simple. I don't know why people make it so complicated, but it's actually very simple. So I'm just going to straight away do some examples. So here, Rajesh applies once every year for a ticket to a music festival. The probability that he is successful any particular year is 0.3, independently of other years. Now notice, we're not given the number of trials. We're not given that he's going to apply 10 times, find out the number of times that he is successful, or find out the probability of being successful 7 times or 5 times or 9 times. That's not the case. It says he applies every year, and the question says, the follow-up part says, find the probability that Rajesh is successful for the first time on his 7th attempt. So first time on his 7th attempt means in the first 6 attempts, he must haven't been successful. So the probability of being successful is 0.3, which means the probability of failure is 0.7. So if he is going to be successful the first time on his 7th attempt, that means the first 6 attempts must be unsuccessful. So there you go. This is the reason why it's a simple 1-mark question. So 0.7 raised to the power of 6 into 0.3. Now this is something that we're getting a lot of decimal places for this. We're getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so this is something that we have to round off, correct to 3 significant figures. And remember, the first 0 after, the number of zeros that you have after 0 point, they're not significant. So after 0.0, we will count the significant figures. So it's 3529, so that means 353. There you go. That's the answer. ठीक हो गया? Find the probability that Rajesh is successful for the first time before his 6th attempt. Okay, so once again, we have to find out the probability that Rajesh is successful for the first time before his 6th attempt. So that means probability of x being less than 6. Now, before the 6th attempt could mean the 5th attempt, the 6th attempt, the 7th attempt, the 8th attempt. Sorry, before the 6th attempt means 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st. Okay, obviously not 0, because here to be successful, you have to try. Okay, there's got to be a trial. Now, we could do that. We could do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, but that's going to take forever. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to do the opposite. Okay, so what rule are we using here? This is the rule that we're using. We're going to do 1 minus q raised to the power r minus 1. Okay, so you can figure out this rule there and then. First, write down the opposite, which would be 1 minus the probability of x being greater than or equal to 6. Okay. Now, if let's say it takes you at least 6 attempts to pass a certain test, what does that tell us about the first 5 attempts? That means the first 5 attempts must have been failures, okay, or must have resulted in failing the test. So the probability of x being greater than or equal to 6, or the probability of achieving first success in at least 6 trials, means not achieving success, probability of which is 0.7 in the first 5 trials. Okay, so we'll work this out. Whatever the answer is, 1 minus 0.7 raised to the power of 5. So this is equal to 0.83193. Because this technically इसका आंसर तो वैसे आपको पूरा लिखना चाहिए, लेकिन हो सकता है आप मार्किंग स्कीम में नोट करें कि उसने राउंड ऑफ किया हुआ है, so no problem. But this is technically 4 decimal places and it's exact, so you should leave it here. But if you do write it correct to 3 significant figures, I've noticed that the examiner is a little bit lenient. But in my opinion, and this you will get away with it, obviously, if you write the 5 decimal places, because the 5 decimal places make it the exact answer. Okay? Now, let's do part C. Now, part C is neither, it's a bit geometric and it's a bit binomial. Okay? It's a mixture of binomial and geometric. Okay? So, let's read the question. Let's first understand the question and then we'll solve it. Find the probability that Rajesh is successful for the second time on his 10th attempt. So that means the second success must come on his 10th attempt. As far as the first success is concerned, that can come in any attempt. Okay, that could be the first attempt, that could be the second, third, fourth, doesn't matter. But as far as the first success is concerned, as far as the second success is concerned, that's got to be in the 10th attempt. ठीक हो गया? Okay, now, it's a 2-mark question. That means you don't need to do a lot of working. But if you want to sort of fully understand it, then here is the logic behind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so in the 10th attempt, this must be his second success. Okay, so I'm going to call it S2. But as far as the first 9 attempts are concerned, it doesn't matter as long as he's successful at least once. Okay, so that means he could fail, he could fail, he could fail, fail, and in between maybe there's a success. You can place that success literally anywhere. Okay, but just make sure that in the first 9 attempts, there's just one success. Okay, acha. What we normally do is, we normally place it right before the second, because it just makes the calculation part easier. Okay, remember the probability of failing is 0.7. Let me just confirm. Yeah, and the probability of succeeding is 0.3. Now, the second success is non-negotiable. That must be on his 10th attempt. Okay, the probability of which is 0.3. As far as the first 9 attempts are concerned, for the first 9 attempts, he is going to fail 8 times, and then only once he is going to succeed. Okay, but here's the thing. This can happen in any order. Okay, as long as he's successful, that's what matters, and this can happen in any order. So for that, you could do 9C1, okay, or you could do 9 factorial divided by 8 factorial into 1 factorial. You don't necessarily need to write 1 factorial, but 9 factorial upon 8 factorial. Why? Because there are 9 letters, and of the 9, 8 of them are the same. Okay, and don't forget to multiply that by 0.3 here. Okay, so that's one way. If you want to use binomial, like I explained, you can use binomial also. Okay, so how will you use binomial? I'll explain that. So for this, you can use binomial also. So in the first 9 trials, he should be successful at least. He should be successful once. Okay, as long it can happen in any order. So 9C1, 0.3 raised to the power of 9 into 0.7 raised to the power of 8. So this is for the first 9 attempts. Then for the 10th attempt, we know that he is only going to be successful, so that's 0.3. Okay, so this is an alternative method. ठीक हो गया? Okay, now, next is another question of geometric distribution. ठीक है, you guys can figure it out yourself. I've done a whole stream on geometric distribution. You guys can watch that. Achha, I'm going to enable the chat. Now we're just left with normal and permutation and combination. अम्मी बुला रही हैं तो जाओ बेटा. So do you have any tips on choosing which questions to attempt? Yeah, I do have tips on choosing which question to attempt. अभी मेरी एक वीडियो आ जाएगी उसमें देख लेना. अभी वीडियो मैंने डाली है. ठीक है. एक second. I've already made the video, so I'm just gonna tell my team to upload it. अभी क्या टाइम हो रहा है? 9:50. Okay, what's the geometric variance formula? Not important for you. Sir, मैं dead हो रहा हूँ. Can I watch your live stream as O-level advanced student? But if you have a lot of time and you don't have anything better to do, even then I don't suggest you watch this. Okay. 6-0. I see what you mean. Sir, for my final hour of study, should I focus on what I find confusing? Yeah, go over the notes. Go over the notes. Achha, sir, what to do if all the topics are covered but couldn't solve questions, couldn't understand question? I'm pretty sure that's not about all the questions. Okay, that's probably about some questions. So you don't worry about it. Focus on the ones that you can solve. I mean, there's not a major change that you can make right now. What's my bench PR? Are you talking about dumbbell press or barbell? So I haven't done normal and permutation. What should I do right now? If you haven't done normal and permutation, then better what have you been doing? Watch my stream on it. Barbell. Including the weight of the rod or excluding the weight of the rod? Sir, कल पेपर है हमारा. हाँ मुझे पता है बेटा. नहीं, not 120. 80 kg. So I haven't stick to the laptop. Sir, sleeping at 1 a.m. do you recommend? No, I don't recommend that you sleep at 1 a.m. I recommend that you get a good night's sleep. Okay. Including makes it 100 then. So how to address silly mistakes? But we're talking about like 2 or 3 reps max. Sir, वैसे आपने अपनी wrist watch का नाम नहीं बताया. बेटा क्या करेंगे आप नाम जाके? अच्छा, anyway, चलो enough talk. Let's 20 kg की rod. That's the standard weight. नहीं, I'm not flexing anything. ठीक है. अच्छा चलें इसको बंद करते हैं. Let's move on. Should we sleep after Fajr? That's the last comment I read. No, I don't recommend that. I recommend that you get a good night's sleep. ठीक है. अच्छा, normal distribution. Now we'll quickly go over normal distribution. There are a lot of cases of normal distribution that we have to consider. Let's just quickly go over them one by one. So remember, normal distribution is also something that's very straightforward. मेरी आपको suggestion ये है कि normal distribution का question आप पहले कर लें. ठीक है, अभी video आ जाएगी. In that video you will see the sequence in which you should attempt the paper. ठीक है, so this is a lot of theory which is not relevant right now at least. It's relevant to understand the chapter. Just a couple of things to remember. If let's say you're supposed to find out greater than, for greater than we always do 1 minus. ठीक है, normal distribution के हम एक काम करते हैं, हम सिर्फ directly कुछ questions ही कर लेते हैं. ठीक है, because अगर इसका वो करेंगे तो फिर चलो first let's do some rules. If let's say you're supposed to find out the probability of z being less than a, so you will simply find out phi of a, that's the answer. If let's say you're supposed to find out the probability of z being greater than a, then in that case you will do 1 minus phi of a. If let's say you're supposed to find out the probability of z being less than minus phi of a, then you will do phi of minus a, which obviously is not possible. So in that case, you do 1 minus phi of a. Why? Because this area and this area will be the same. Why? Because the curve that you get in a normal distribution is symmetrical. If let's say you're supposed to find out the probability of z being greater than a and greater than minus a, so in that case you will do 1 minus phi of minus a, which means you will do 1 minus phi of a, which ultimately boils down to phi of a. And why is that? That's because the curve is symmetrical, so this area will be the same as this area. Okay, greater than minus a means this area, lesser than a means this area. If let's say you're supposed to do probability of z being greater than a and less than b, so you'll do phi of b minus phi of a. And then there are some cases, you can go over these cases. These cases are basically available on the website. My notes are available, mathletebysart.com. Okay, so just memorize these rules. Okay, the rule that technically the only rule that you're supposed to memorize is this, and what to do if it's minus. That's it. Every other rule that you can figure out on the go. Remember, when it's greater than, you do 1 minus, and if you're supposed to take out phi of a negative value, you do 1 minus phi of that value. Okay, so these two rules are enough to get you by. Okay, these three rules. These three rules are enough for you to come up with any rule that you are thrown at. Okay? Okay, now. ठीक हो गया. अच्छा, कुछ एक rule और कर लेते हैं. If you have to use the table backwards, if you have to read the table backwards, have I done that? Have I done that rule, reading the table backwards? Have I written that somewhere? No, I haven't. Okay, let me write it right now. Yeah, reading the table backwards. So a couple of rules that when reading the table backwards, if the value is less than 0.5, subtract it from 1 and multiply either side of the equals to sign by minus 1. Okay, so we'll do a question, but just remember this rule that if you have to take phi inverse and the value is less than 0.5, because you can't do that, you will have to subtract that value from 1 and multiply either side by minus. Okay, so let's just do the couple of questions that I've taken out for normal distribution and along with continuity correction also. Yeah, here it is. Okay. In a large population, the SBP of adults is normally distributed with mean 125.4 and standard deviation 18.6. Find the probability that SBP of a randomly chosen adult is less than 132. That means we need to find out the probability of x being less than 132. So first let's convert this x value into z value. So how will we find out the z score? Z score would be 132 minus 125.4, okay, which would be equal to, and divide by the standard deviation, which is 18.6. So 132 minus 125.4 divided by the standard deviation, which is 18.6. Let's see what that is equal to. So that is equal to 0.3548. Now remember, this is something that we take correct to 3 decimal places only. So less than means phi of 0.3548, which we will take correct to 3 decimal places. Why? Because we can only read the table up until up to 3 decimal places. Okay, we can't read it beyond that. So here's the z table. Let's find out the corresponding value of 0.355. So here's 0.3, here's 0.5, and here is 0.55. So 6368, and in that we're going to add 19 in the last 2 decimal places. So 6368, and we're going to add 19. Let's see what's that equal to. So 0.6368 plus 0.0019, that's equal to 0.6387, which you can round off and give your answer correct to 3 significant figures, which is 0.639. ठीक है, इसको भी कैलकुलेटर से करने का तरीका है, वो भी देख लो हाथ के हाथ. What is that? Here it is. So you go into menu, you go into distribution. I've gone over this multiple times, so I'm just going to quickly go over it right now. So you go into normal PD. Now x is the mean, which is 125.4. Sigma is the standard deviation, which is 18.6. Sorry, x is the value. Mu is the mean, sigma is the standard deviation. Sorry, x is 132. Okay, so mu, that's the mean, which is 125.4, 125.4. ठीक हो गया. So, no, sorry, not normal PD. normal CD. ठीक है, normal cumulative distribution पे हम जाएंगे. So since we're supposed to find out x being less than 132, so that means there is no lower limit. So for lower limit, we're just going to write down a very negative value. For the upper limit, we're going to write down 132. Okay, sigma is standard deviation, that remains the same. Mu is 125.4. Okay, so press the equals to sign, and there you go. You get 0.69. If you want to watch it in detail, you can watch the normal distribution stream. In that, I've used it multiple times. Okay. Then the question says, the SBP of 12-year-old children in the same population is normally distributed with mean 117. Of these children, 88% have SBP more than 108. So that means the probability of x being greater than 108 is equal to 88%, which means 0.88. Also, we are given that x is normally distributed with mean 117, but we're not given the variance. So we'll use that as sigma squared. So this means 1 minus phi of, now how will we find out the z-score? We'll do 108 minus 117 divided by sigma is equals to 0.88. Now what's 1 minus 0.88? Let's work that out. 1 minus 0.88, that's equal to 3 upon 25, which is 0.12. So 0.12 is equals to phi of, what's 108 minus 717? That's equal to minus 9. Now minus 9 upon sigma. Okay. Now we have to take phi inverse of 0.12. Can we do that? No, we cannot. Okay, so if you try and take phi inverse of 0.12, you will realize that you cannot do that. Okay. And why do we have to take phi inverse? Because when you take phi across the equals to sign, it becomes phi inverse. So what do? Here's the fix for it. The fix for it is that you will subtract it from 1. So you will take phi inverse, but you will instead take phi inverse of 1 minus 0.12, and you will multiply the other side by minus, either side by minus. Okay, it makes no difference. You just have to multiply either side by minus. Doesn't matter which side you multiply by minus. Okay, ultimately it's the same thing. So 1 minus 0.12, what's that equal to? That's equal to 0.88, back to square 1. So 0.88 phi inverse is equal to 9 upon sigma. Now first let's find out phi inverse of 0.88 using the table, and then I'll show you how to do it in your calculator also. So let's first of all see if it's given here. Nope, it's not given. So let's use the table. So 0.88 is what we're looking for. So 0.8790. Now we need to add 10 in it so that it becomes 0.88000. So this is at 1.17. Let's see if there's a 10. Yep, there is a 10. So that's 1.175. Okay, so 1.175. So that means this is equal to 1.175, which is equal to 9 upon sigma. And what's sigma equal to? Sigma is equal to, just make sure that your sigma looks like sigma. 9 divided by 1.175. So 9 divided by 1.175, that's equal to 7.659. So 7.66, correct to 3 significant figures. That's good to go. Acha, ab ek kaam karte hain. I'll show you guys how to use your calculator to find phi inverse. Okay, so we have to find out phi inverse of 0.88. So we'll go on to inverse normal. Okay, now remember, area is the probability. So 0.88, let everything else be as it is. Don't change this. So what do you get? You get 1.17498, and that's exactly what we ended up with. If let's say you found phi inverse of 0.12, notice what would happen. Something interesting will happen. If let's say you try and find out phi inverse of 0.12, you will get the answer as negative, and imagine that you have a negative answer here, and this is also negative, so minus minus will cancel, and ultimately you will end up on the same. You will end up on the same conclusion. ठीक है? All right. अच्छा, normal distribution के मैं हाँ ये वाला सवाल मुझे आप लोगों को और कराना है. Find the probability that each of these adults, each of the 3 adults, has SBP within 1.5 standard deviations of the mean. So within 1.5 standard deviations means that it could be 1.5 standard deviation more, or it could be 1.5 standard deviation less. Okay, and how many adults are we talking about? We're talking about 3 adults. Okay. So first of all, let's first understand what does this mean within 1.5 standard deviations of the mean. So that means that x must be less than mu plus 1.5 sigma, because sigma is standard deviation, and less than mu minus 1.5 sigma. Okay, this is what it means when it says within 1.5 standard deviations. Why? Because it doesn't specify whether it should be greater than or whether it should be lesser than. It just says within 1.5 standard deviations from the mean. Okay? Achha, here's the thing. When you find out the z value, okay, when you find out the z value, here's what happens. Okay, remember, z value basically gives you how far away the value is from the standard deviation. So z value kaise nikalenge? We'll do mu plus 1.5 sigma minus mu, that's what we do, right? X minus mu upon the standard deviation, which is sigma. So mu and mu cancel, so that means z is basically equal to 1.5. Okay, z is basically equal to 1.5. Now remember, the value of z is in fact telling you how far away the data is from the standard deviation. Okay, remember that. And the same will happen if you do it for this. Even if you use the actual value, you will still end up with the same answer. Okay, meaning that even if you use the actual mean and the actual standard deviation value, you will end up with the same thing. So mu minus 1.5 sigma minus mu upon sigma. So mu and mu cancel, and what do you end up with? You end up with minus 1.5. So that means technically what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to find out the probability that z is less than 1.5 and z is greater than minus 1.5. Which basically means that you need to find out phi of 1.5 minus phi of minus 1.5, and we all know how to handle this. This will be phi of 1.5, okay, minus 1 minus phi of 1.5. Okay, I'm going to save some time. I'm just going to write down the final answer. So the final answer of this is equal to 0.8664. Okay, that's the answer for this. But here's the thing. This question doesn't end there. This is the probability of one adult. Okay, this is the probability of one adult. We want the three adults to have, we want to find out the probability, not the number of adults. We want to find out the probability that these three adults, all three of them, have SPB within 1.5 standard deviations of the mean. So that means for one adult, the probability is 0.8664. For the second one also, it would be 0.8664. And for the third one also, it would be 0.8664. Okay, so you work this out, basically 0.8664 raised to the power of 3. What is that equal to? I'll just write down the final answer. It's 0.650. Okay, 0.650. That's the answer. Okay, I'll enable the chat for a while. Take your thoughts. And then we will do how to convert binomial to normal. Yeah, let's do this. Binomial to normal. So cases of combination times r factorial convert. Abhi kar rahe hain, combination bhi kar rahe hain. Combination is the last thing that we're going to do. Okay, first let's quickly solve this. Acha, here is a question where you have to find out mu and sigma. So just remember that in this case you have to form two equations. Okay. But if you want to go over it again, just rewatch that part of the stream. Okay. In this cases, you will have to find phi inverse. Okay, you'll have to form two equations and then you will find out mu and sigma. Okay? I would suggest कि आप मेरी कोई normal distribution की stream देख लें जिसमें मैंने ये वाला concept cover कराया हुआ. Ibrahim, I've already answered that question. If you use, it doesn't matter which one you use because no matter which one you use, answer same ही आएगा. Final answer minus में कैसे आ सकता है बेटा? Probability निकाल रहे हैं आप. How can the final answer be negative? All right, let's quickly go over this. This is continuity correction. Continuity correction is applied when you're converting binomial to normal. Now remember, whenever the question says use an approximation or use a suitable approximation, okay, and the number of trials are greater than 30, you have to convert it to from normal to binomial. Beta, I don't know which method you're talking about, okay, but here's my suggestion. This is what happens when you're studying from multiple teachers. So if you are comfortable with that method, stick to that method. That's what I would say. Simple as that. So a factory produces a certain type of electrical component. It is known that 15% of the components are faulty. Okay, so let's see if faulty is the favorable outcome. A random sample of 200 components is chosen. So n is equals to 200. All right. Use an approximation to find out that more than 40 of these components are faulty. So that means P is in fact the favorable outcome. So Q becomes 0.85. Okay, now when we're converting from binomial to normal, acha space आप ज़रा efficiently utilize कीजिएगा. So in that case, if you're converting from binomial to normal, so NP is the mean and NPQ is the variance. Okay, so this is the mean and this is the variance. Beta SBP doesn't really matter. It's a form of blood pressure. ठीक है, so ये सारी क्यूरियोसिटी आप सबको एग्जाम से एक दिन पहले क्यों होती है? अगर बहुत शौक आ रहा है तो कल पेपर दे के आके पढ़ लेना कि SBP क्या होता है. ठीक है, right now it's irrelevant. All right, so NP will be 200 multiplied by 0.15. Okay, so that's the mean. Let's see what's that equal to. 200 into 0.15, that's equal to 30. So mu is 30. And sigma square, which is variance, is basically equal to 200 into 0.15 into 0.85. That's equal to 25.5. Okay, remember this gives you the variance, whereas in the formula we take standard deviation. So here's what we're going to do. We're supposed to find out the probability that x is greater than 40. Greater than 40 means greater. बेटा अगर issues हैं तो फिर normal distribution की stream देख लो. Okay. Isn't sigma nq into 1 minus p? No, it's np into 1 minus p, which is basically q. Okay, so x is greater than 40.5. Okay. It's np into 1 minus p. Haan to beta, what is 1 minus p? That's q, right? So it's the same thing. Now, we first find out greater than basically means that it would be 1 minus phi of 40.5 minus 30 divided by square root of 25.5. Okay, so let's work this out. From this point onwards, it's just a regular question. 40.5 minus 30 divided by square root of 25.5. So this is equal to 1 minus phi of 2.079, which you can find out using your calculator. 2.079. Okay, oh, sorry, using the table. And you will get the answer, whatever that is equal to. We're not concerned with that. Okay, now. Achha, so that brings us to the end of normal distribution as well. Now, the only thing that's left is permutation combination. Okay, ab dekho, for permutation combination, we don't have the time to go over all the concepts. Okay, but if you do want to go over all the concepts, you can watch my playlist for it. What I have chosen to do for today's classes, I've chosen to solve some questions. Okay, I've taken out a couple of questions. Okay, कुछ February, March के हैं, कुछ आपका, this is just a repeat of that, I guess. Yeah. And then there are some questions which involve probability and combinations. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. Permutation combination, क्योंकि मैंने बिल्कुल recently उस पर एक lengthy stream की है, and I've done a whole playlist on it as well, teaching all the concepts. In that stream, I've solved that crocodile question as well, so please watch that stream. ठीक है? Sir, 7 की stream नहीं बेटा, I have no problem. ठीक है? आपने जिसका भी देखो, जिसका भी method use करो, I have no issues. मैंने कोई आपका paper नहीं check करना, ठीक है? But just make sure that you're familiar with that. Okay, just make sure that you're familiar with that and have a good grip on one method. Whoever's method that is, just make sure you have a good grip on one method. Okay, achha, just give me a minute. There's something I need to listen to. Just a second. Okay. Now, Hi Allah. So there are some questions where we don't take upper or lower limit, like you've done 40.5. Okay, seen hai. Only if you're converting from binomial to normal do you take, do you add or subtract. But if it's a normal distribution question to begin with, then you don't add or subtract. Okay. So this is a question from February, March 2025. Let's see what it says. Alyssa has 10 different books from the series Squares and Circles. The books look similar except for their color. There are 3 blue books, 2 red books, 2 yellow books, 1 orange book. Achha, do notice that the question does say different books, theek hai? But the colors are the same. Okay? I mean, there are books of the same color. Alyssa places the book in a row on her shelf. She is only interested in the arrangement of the colors. Okay, so yes, she's arranging books, but it's like she's arranging different colored objects. Okay, and some happen to be the same color. ठीक है? अच्छा, I'm gonna disable the chat for a few. ठीक है, बस ये last round है of disabling the chat. इसके बाद हम goodbye के लिए वापस खोल देंगे. ठीक है? Yeah, so they are identical because she's not basically interested in the contents of the book. She's basically interested in the arrangement of the colors only. How many different arrangements, how many different color arrangements are there of the 10 books? So 10 factorial because there are 10 books, divided by 3 factorial because you have 3 blue books, into 2 factorial because you have 2 red books, into 2 factorial because you have 2 yellow books. So this is blue, this is red, and this is yellow. ठीक हो गया? Now whatever that is the answer, I'm not concerned with that. Actually, you know what, let's work it out. 3 factorial into 2 factorial into 2 factorial. So that's equal to 151,200. Okay, 151,200. Let me just make sure that this is correct. I think it is, but to be on the safe side. Yeah, okay, this is correct. Now, moving on. The next part says, how many different color arrangements are there of the 10 books in which the 3 blue books are together but the 2 yellow books are not next to each other? So find out how many ways the blue books and the yellow books are together. Okay, so blue together and yellow together. Okay, so let's work that out. So how many books are there? There are 10 books. So start by making 10 blanks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, yes, there is another way to do it where you place the books that can be together, the blue books and the remaining books, and in between you place the yellow books. That's also perfectly all right. Okay. So the blue books are to be together. So we're going to put them in a box. So that's 3 factorial. And the yellow books are also to be together. So that's 2 factorial. But don't forget that they're identical. So 3 factorial upon 3 factorial, 2 factorial upon 2 factorial. Okay, so into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is basically 7 factorial. So don't forget that in the remaining 7, there are also 2 yellow books. So upon 2 factorial. Okay, so let's see what's that equal to. 7 factorial divided by 2, that's equal to 2520. Now let's find out just the number of ways that blue are together. Okay, just the number of ways that blue are together, which we will then subtract from the total. So the number of ways that blue can be together is as follows. अब हम इसको erase कर देते हैं. ठीक है. इसको वापस से करना पड़ेगा. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So blue factorial will be 3 factorial upon 3 factorial. So 8 factorial upon 2 factorial for the yellow books and 2 factorial for the red books. ठीक हो गया? So what's this equal to? 8 factorial divided by 2 factorial into 2 factorial, that's equal to 10,080. ठीक है, इस तरह के questions बहुत आए. Make sure that you understand how these questions are done so that you can at least have these marks guaranteed. So 7560 is the answer. ठीक हो गया? Okay, now. अच्छा, just a minute, मुझे एक message करना है. How many different color arrangements are there of the 10 books with exactly 4 books between the yellow books? All right, so 4 books between the yellow books. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So pehle, let's talk about the yellow books with 4 books in between. Now, if there are 4 books in between, that means 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we'll have the next yellow book. So that's right here. Okay, now that's the only thing that we have to watch out for. Now, how many books are we left with? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're left with 8 books, which means 8 factorial. But here's the thing, 8 factorial, and don't forget that in these 8 factorial, we don't have to now worry about the yellow books being together because there are 2 yellow books that we have already considered, but we do have to consider the 3 blue books and we do have to consider the 2 red books. So that means we will divide it by 3 factorial. Okay, and we'll also divide it by 2 factorial. Let me just double check. 3 blue and 2 red. Okay. Okay. Then we will multiply it with, what is it that we're going to multiply it with? We will multiply it with the number of ways that you can have the yellow books with, basically the number of ways that you can have the yellow books with 4 books in between. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That means the 2 yellow books with 4 books in between them can be arranged 8 factorial upon 3 factorial into 2 factorial into 5, not 5 factorial. अच्छा, अब ये सवाल काफ़ी आता है कि how do we know that we have to do factorial and how do we know that we don't have to do factorial? Well, factorial is when you have 5 objects and you're arranging all 5 of them. Into 5 we're doing right now is because this is one way that you can have 2 yellow books with 4 books in between, and this can happen 5 different ways. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's why we're not doing 5 factorial, we're only doing 5. Okay, so whatever this is equal to, that's your answer. So 8 factorial divided by 3 factorial, which is 6, divided by 2 factorial, which is 2. So 3, 3, 6, 0. Okay? Achha, now this is the point where this question takes a turn. Okay? And I don't know, the examiner report is not out, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people would have fallen for it because initially I also fell for it. And I later realized, okay, no, there's a catch in this question. Now the question says that Elisa selects 4 books from her 10 different books. Okay, now the books are different and she's selecting them. Okay, now nobody would buy the same kind of book 4 times. Okay, so if let's say you're buying a book, any random book, you wouldn't buy 4 copies of the same book. Okay, they may be of the same color, but the contents would be different. Okay, and we saw that from the very beginning that she has 10 different books. ठीक है, जैसे अगर आप maths की 4 books आती है ना, book 1, 2, 3, 4. ठीक है, now imagine that they're all of the same color. Okay, but the contents are different. So that means you have 4 different books, but as far as the colors are concerned, they're identical. Okay. Okay. Now, find the number of different selections if the book include at least 1 red, at most 1 blue, and exactly 1 yellow book. Okay. Now, always look for the fixed amount first. So yellow is fixed. So we'll start with that. We'll keep the yellow fixed at 1. Okay. At least 1 red and at most 1 blue. So at most 1 blue. So that means we can keep blue at 1, and at least 1 red means that maybe we can keep 1 red. Okay. How many ways can this happen? And we don't have to find out probability, so that's fine. Achha, she's selecting 4 books. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that means 1 yellow, 1 blue, and 1 red. Okay. How many yellow books does she have? Let's write that down. She had, I think, 3 yellow, or was it 2 yellow? She had, no, 3 blue, 2 red, 2 yellow. 3, 2, 2. 3 blue, 2 red, and 2 yellow. ठीक है, ऐसे ही है. 3 blue, 2 red, 2 yellow, और फिर orange, purple, green एक ही है. ठीक है. Now that means when she's selecting the yellow book, how many options does she have? She has 2 options, so that's 2C1. When she's selecting the blue book, how many options does she have? She has 3 options, so 3C1. And then when she's selecting a red book, how many options does she have? She has 2 options. And then don't forget that after selecting these 3 books, okay, and after removing the red, blue, yellow, she is now down to how many? 3 plus 2 is 5, 5 plus 2 is 7. She's now down to 3 books. And from the remaining 3, she has to select 1. So that would be 3C1. Okay, so let's work this out. Let's see what do we get. So 2 times 3 is 6. 6 times 2 is 12. 12 times 3 is 36. Okay, इसको ज़रा थोड़ा कोने पे कर लेते हैं. So we have some room. All right. Now, remember yellow is fixed at 1. Okay, but we can bring the blue down. We can say 0 blue while keeping the red fixed at 1. Okay, so that means of the 4 books, 1 is yellow. Okay, so there is 1 yellow. there is one red. ठीक है, और बाकी जो आएंगी वो blue में से नहीं आएंगी. So how many ways can she select one yellow? That's 2C1. How many ways can she select one red from 2? So that's 2C1. Okay, now remember she's down to 3 books because blue are gone. We can't select the blue. Red are gone. We can't select them anymore. 2 yellow are gone. So of the 10, 7 are gone. So that means now we're down to 3 again. So that would be 3C1. So 2 into 2 is 4. 4 times 3 is equals to 12. ठीक हो गया? अच्छा, अब क्या कर सकते हैं हम? रेड भी एटलीस्ट 1 होनी चाहिए. सो अब देखते हैं, कॉम्बिनेशंस बनाते हैं. पहले एक काम करते हैं. ओके, सो हियर्स माय सजेशन. पहले ज़रा तसल्ली से ना, let's make all the possible combinations that we can find. So we can have 1 yellow, 1 blue, and we can have 2 red. That's also possible. We can have 1 yellow, we can have 0 blue, and we can have 2 red. That's also possible. Anything else? We can have at most... Is there anything else possible? एक येलो हो गई, 2 रेड हो गई, एक येलो हो गई, एक ब्लू हो गई, एक रेड हो गई, एक येलो, एक रेड हो गई, yellow, red, blue. I don't think there's any other possibility. Okay, let's work this out. If in the meantime I can think of some other possibility, I'll consider that. Okay, so this means that everything's already been done. You have 1 yellow, you have 1 blue, and you have 2 red. Okay. No, wait. Everything hasn't been done. Blue and red. So, no, wait, 1 yellow. Sorry, yaar. 1 yellow, 1 blue, 2 red. Okay, so for 1 yellow, there are 2 options, 2C1. For 1 blue, there are 3 options to select from, so 3C1. And for 2 red, that would simply be 2C2. So 2 into 3, what's that equal to? That's equal to 6. Okay, now, last one. We have 1 yellow, no blue, but we have 2 red. So 1 yellow means 2C1, no blue, so we're going to ignore that. Or you can do 3C0, makes no difference. 2 red, that would be 2C2. And what's that equal to? That's equal to... Achha, wait a minute. We still have to select the remaining one. So we're down to 3 books. We have to select 1, so that's equal to 6. So have I missed anything? I don't think I've missed anything. So 6 plus 6 is 12. 12 plus 12 is 24. 24 plus 36 is 50, 60. There you go. ठीक है. अच्छा, I know आप लोग सोच रहे होंगे कि क्या कोई shortcut है to find out all the possible combinations. Sadly, the answer is no. There is no shortcut to find out all the possible combinations. Okay, now I'm going to do one more question of permutations and combinations. ठीक है. Because permutation combination at this point is something that the more deeper you dive into it, the more complicated it gets. So at this point, you can't make it any better. You can make things worse. So whatever concept of permutation combination that you have, stick to that. Remember, permutation combination, there is always a specific part which is complicated. Like, for example, if you look at this question, this was easy. This was easy. Okay, questions like this have been tested very often. This was easy. This was easy. There was a 4-mark question which was difficult. Okay, so that doesn't make the entire chapter difficult, but permutation combination is one chapter where if something's difficult, it can be really difficult. Okay, but the good news is that it will only be 25% of the total, not of the total paper, but of the total question. Okay, at best. Now, find the number of different arrangements of the 9 letters in the word Andromeda in which no consonant is next to another consonant. Okay. Now, if the consonants can't be together, let's focus on the vowels. Okay, so if I ignore the consonants, then what are we left with? We're left with vowels. Okay, consonants. So there are vowels, which I'm sure everyone knows. Consonants are basically letters that are not vowels. Okay, so if I ignore the consonants, so that's N, D, R, M, D. Yeah. So that means how many vowels are we left with? We're left with 1, 2, 3, 4. We're left with 4 vowels. So first we place the vowels. Okay, now as far as the vowels are concerned, they can shuffle amongst themselves 4 factorial number of ways. Let me just double check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. And don't forget that between them there are 2 letters that are repeating, so that's 2 factorial. Okay, so this is for the vowels. Now, because the consonants can't be next to each other, so we have to make sure that we place them in between the vowels. That means you can have a consonant here, 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 you can have a consonant here. Now, how many consonants are there? Let's count. So there are a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are 5 places and there are 5 consonants as well. But if let's say you had more places and less consonants, you would, if let's say you had 5 places and 3 consonants, so you would do 5p3. If let's say you had 5 places and you had 2 consonants, you would do 5p2. Okay, so you could do 5 factorial or you could even do 5p5. Same thing. Okay, so we'll do 5 factorial. But don't forget that within these consonants, there are some letters that are being repeated. D occurs twice. And that's about it. No other letter occurs twice. So that means we'll divide by 2 factorial. Okay, so that's it. That's your answer. 4 factorial. 4 factorial divided by 2 into 5 factorial divided by 2. So that's equal to 720. Okay, now if you've done it some other way and you're comfortable with that, my advice is please stick to that method. Now is not the time to experiment. Okay? So you don't want to reach a point where you lose both methods. Okay, so if you've done it a certain way, then stick to that way. Just make sure that you get it right, irrespective of the method that you use, as long as it's a legitimate method. Okay, now let's do part B. Part B says, find the number of different arrangements of the 9 letters in the word Andromeda in which there is an A at each end and the D's are not together. Okay, so there is an A at each end and the D's are not together. So this also we can do 2 ways. We can first find out the total number of ways there is an A at each end. Okay, and then we can find out the number of ways that the D's are together, and we can subtract that. Yeah, that makes sense. Let me just make sure. Yeah, it does make sense. So there are 9 letters, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now first let's place the D's, sorry, the A's. Now because the A's are separated, we don't have to worry about them occurring, we don't have to worry about repetitions basically. Now in between anything can happen. Okay, so that would be 8 factorial. All right, no wait, not 8, 7 factorial. Yeah, 7 factorial, and don't forget that the 2 D's are loose, so we have to take into account the repetition. So 7 factorial divided by 2 factorial, what's that equal to? 7 factorial divided by 2, that's equal to 2520. Okay, so this is basically condition 1, which is A at ends. Now, let's find out the number of ways in which the A's are at ends and D's together. Okay, so let's just copy paste this. So we have A's at each end and the D's are together. So let's put the D's in a box. Okay, now we can't shuffle the A's, and even if let's say we do shuffle the A's, because they're the same, it really does not make a difference. If let's say there were 2 different letters, then we would multiply by 2, but because they're the same letters, we don't. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now because they're both D's, so you will, even if you do 2 factorial, you'll divide by 2 factorial, so which results in the same thing. So 6 factorial, what's that equal to? That I believe is 720. Now you subtract. So you have 2520 minus 720, which I believe is 1800, because there have been questions so many times similar to these values. Yeah, that's equal to 1800. So that's how I remember it. Okay, now, final part. 4 letters are selected at random from the 9 letters in the word Andromeda. Find the probability that this selection contains at least 1 D and exactly 1 A. Okay, now here's the thing about this question. It's not just the A's and D's that we have to... No, it is the A and D that we have to worry about. Okay, now, A is fixed. The number of D's are variable because it says at least 1. Okay, so let's find out. First, let's list all the possible ways. And also, because this is probability, here's my suggestion. You're selecting 4 from 9, so immediately find out the total. So at least you can secure some marks. Okay, which basically means that even if, let's say, you have a part which is really difficult, even in that you can secure some marks. So this is 126. Okay, now, it says at least 1 D and exactly 1 A. So let's start with 1 A, which is fixed, and let's start with 1 D. Okay, and here's the word Andromeda. Now, if you've selected 1 A, and remember there are 2 A's to choose from, okay, and there are also 2 D's to choose from. Okay, so because this is probability, we'll take into account repetitions. So because there are 2 A's to choose from, we'll do 2C1. Because there are 2 D's to choose from, we'll do 2C1. Okay, so we cross out the A's because we can't have them anymore. And we cross out the D. So now we're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And from these 5 letters, we want 2. So we will do 5C2. 5C2. Okay, so what's that equal to? That is equal to 5 into 2. That's 5 into 4. No, wait, 5C2 is not 5. 5C2, I think, is 10. 5C2, 10. 10 into 4, which is equal to 40. Okay, now another way this can happen is that you have one A, because remember A is fixed, and you have 2 D's. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. So A, D, D. So for 1A, that's 2C1. For 2D, so that's 2C2. Once again, you're down to 5 letters. You have to select 1. So 5 into 2, what's that equal to? That's equal to 10. Let me make sure. Yeah. So that's 50. So 50 is your fable outcome. Now, God forbid, if let's say you get the fable outcome wrong, and given that you've gotten the total correct, you will still end up scraping 1 mark. Okay? You will definitely end up scraping 1 mark off the 3, which will minimize the loss basically. So what's 50 divided by 126? 50 divided by 126 is equals to 25 over 63. And there you go. Now, I do not at this point recommend that you solve the complicated questions of permutations and combinations. Okay, don't lose your mind over one topic, and not just one topic, one specific part of a certain topic, of a certain question. Okay, which is why I did not include the difficult questions of permutations and combinations, because they're not very likely. I mean, it's not something worth spending a lot of time on. Okay, so focus on the other topics such as normal distribution, binomial distribution, geometric distribution, because these are very scoring topics. Permutation combination is also a scoring topic for the most part, but don't lose your mind over one specific part towards the end, which can be slightly complicated. So in the Feb March question, another possibility was 2 red, 1 blue, 1 yellow. Really? Did I miss anything? 2 red. Two red, what's that? 2 red, 1 blue, 1 yellow. I've considered that. 2 red, 1 blue, 1 yellow. So I've already considered that. So it looks like we have an imposter. Acha. Isn't C 16,800? Which part are you talking about? Which part? In the book wala question didn't say probability. Why did we consider? Okay, it didn't say probability, but it did say that the books are different. अच्छा, इसका C part आप लोग कह रहे हैं गलत है? Let me check. Okay, I've written it correctly. You're right. It's 8 factorial divided by 6 divided by 2. Okay, I forgot to multiply it by 5. You're right. It is 16,800. ठीक है. 16,800. There you go. ठीक है. So thank you for pointing that out. Achha, anyway, now, even D is a calculation error? I don't think that. Is it? Is part D a calculation error also? Let me check. No, part D is not a calculation error. Part D is correct. All right, so we're going to keep it till here only. Okay, now my advice to you guys is, what time is it? It's 10:39, so I aimed for 10:30 and it's 10:39. ठीक है, so मेरे आपको सजेशन ये है कि आप लोग जो हैं वो अब सो जाएं. ठीक है, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा go over your notes. ठीक है, go over the papers that you've solved already, go over the stuff that you got wrong. ठीक है, not more than that. Do not solve a past paper. Do not solve a past paper. Do not test yourself. ठीक है, I've posted a video, the final good luck video, वो देख लीजिएगा. So part D सही कर लें बेटा. Part D is correct. Okay, part D is correct. 60 is the answer. ठीक है, अगर आप लोग जागेंगे तो पता है क्या होगा. मैं अभी से बता देता हूँ. आप लोगों ने जागना है पूरी रात. बी माई गेस्ट. गो हेड. फजर तक जागें, जोहर तक जागें. ठीक है, अगले 2 दिन जागें. बी माई गेस्ट. But here's the thing that will happen. God forbid. I really hope I'm wrong, but here's what I'm afraid will happen. What will happen is this, कि आप पेपर में कर रहे होंगे, you will come across a question which will not click. ठीक है, और फिर आप घर आएंगे And then you're going to be like, oh my God, this is how it was supposed to be done. I don't know why I couldn't think of it there. Okay, this is what's going to happen. Second scenario 3C2 hoga, 3C2. हाँ 3C2 होगा 3C2 होगा ठीक है चलो luckily we got away with it because 3C2 is also 2 काफ़ी स्मार्ट हैं आप लोग यार माशाल्लाह फ़ौरन गलती पकड़ लेते हैं ठीक है यही होगा आपके साथ पेपर में here we got away with it ठीक है अच्छा what's that sir I'm confused about one thing in different combinations question we sometimes choose the ones left over by NCR and sometimes we put NCR for all the values when do we do that okay I'm not sure I understand that bit personal question, but after all this time, doesn't get tiring, repetitive, or boring. That's the thing. I mean, this time of the year it gets tiring, but as soon as the session ends, then I start missing it. Okay, I enjoy the first week off, but then after that, I start missing all this. So then I start looking forward to it. So it's like a sine curve. Sine curve, hota hai na? The motivation dips, and then when the session ends, you're more motivated to start again. And then towards around this time of the year, the motivation dips. I mean, the enthusiasm dips basically, not the motivation, but the enthusiasm. Acha khair, enough about that. Let's focus on some important questions. Sir, for some PNC questions, they don't multiply the stated at least 1D parts. When and how do we understand to include? But you have to, again, for this, you need to make sure that you're well slept. Okay, they're obviously not going to present it to you. कि ये लें भाई आप बटन दबाएं और आंसर निकाल लें. So you have to think, you have to come up with all the possibilities, and the only way that you're going to be able to do that is if you have a fully functioning brain in the morning. And for that, you need to have a good night's sleep. Okay, if you don't have a good night's sleep, well, good luck trying to figure out probability questions, good luck trying to figure out permutation combination questions. You're going to mess them up. I mean, I hope I'm wrong, but I'm afraid if you don't have a good night's sleep, you're going to mess them up. Simple as that. Sir, normal PD कब use होगा and normal CD कब use होगा? Ajit, just go over my videos. Okay, we use normal CD only. We don't use normal PD. Okay, so forget normal PD. Just use normal cumulative distribution. सुबह उठ कर पढ़ें बेटा अभी भी गुंजाइश क्यों है पढ़ने की लेकिन चलें अगर आपने पढ़ना ही है तो सुबह उठ के पढ़ लीजिएगा ठीक है Sir, I'm confused about one thing in the different combinations questions. We sometimes choose the ones left over by NCR and sometimes we put NCR for all the values. When do we do? Okay, I mentioned earlier that you will have to elaborate. I don't know what you mean by that. So if let's say you've already selected some objects, then what you're going to do is you're going to remove them from the total and now you're going to select the remaining one using NCR. Okay, and we do that especially when there are repetitions. So whenever there is repetition, we deal with each repetition one by one. Okay, but if there is no repetitions, if you're talking about people which are unique, if you're talking about it's usually in the case of people that's unique, so in that case you do it, you put NCR for all the values. Okay, so I hope that answers your question. I've only answered what I've been able to understand. Sir, in this part D, what did you do 2C1? Okay, I did 2C1 and all that because it's different. Okay, so I explained this earlier that these are books are different. Okay, these are books are different. So these are not letters which can be the same. Okay, if let's say these were letters and they were the same and if this was not probability, we would not take into account repetitions. Okay, but because these, read the question, it says there are 10 different books. So you're selecting from 10 different objects. So you have to take into account the fact that they are unique. So I don't comment a lot on videos, but everything you've done. Oh, you do comment a lot on the videos. I remember seeing your name, but thank you, I appreciate it. Sir, syllabus grade kya hota hai? Sir, please spend most time on permutations. But now is not the time to spend time. Now is the time to say goodbye. Okay. So good luck. There is a video that I've posted. In that video, I've also discussed the paper attempting pattern. Okay, please make sure that you go over that. And I will stop here because if I don't, then the questions will keep on coming. So remember, you will have that feeling where you will have multiple questions and you would wish to find the answer to everyone. It's not possible to find the answer to every single question. So my suggestion to you is that give your mind a break, and that's it. Okay, just give your mind a break and that's it. Just don't worry about anything else. And whatever happens, inshallah, will happen for the best. Okay? So I'll stop here. See you guys, inshallah. So for most of you, I think it's the last stream. But P3 students, we still have time. Tomorrow onwards, inshallah, I'll be starting P3 streams. Okay? So yeah, take care. Have a nice AS or A2. And that's it from my side. Allah Hafiz.